A little late tonight. I had to work on a few things for the video I just uploaded. Just made a new thumbnail for it. And of course, multi-streaming. There's so many things I gotta check off before I begin. But we are live. Hello, Comfy. Comfy with the 118-month resub. You're gonna make people on YouTube very jealous, Comfy. They're gonna be like, wait, hold on, Pete's been streaming for 118 months? Yes, I have been. Yeah, Comfy's resubs are pretty much as high as they can go. $50,000 for Japanese games, mostly. Yeah, they ain't getting that. Sure, a lot of these Japanese games are the bargain bin games, but let's see what they got. I like the way they organized their Dreamcast. Very artsy. Yeah. This is definitely one of those Saturn collections. Like, I can instantly look at someone's Saturn collection and tell when it's a curated collection and when it's somebody that just went on eBay and bought a couple of those lots of just, like, random games from Japan, and this is definitely one of the later. Might be a little bit of curation in here with some of the fighting games and stuff, but yeah, it's one of those collections. Alright, eBay, you gonna keep me in the video game category tonight? No, they put me back to all categories for a second. They trolled me, did you see that? They were like, alright, let's put them in all categories for a second and then swap them back. It's definitely swapping to all categories and then going back. That seems to be working.
8 years and 8
Thank you, Rocky, for the watch streak as well. Finally got your region-free Blu-ray player, so you can watch foreign cheaper than US. That's the way to do it. Rocky, thank you very much as well. Some crazy resubs tonight. Thank you for the 104 months. Super Nintendo games ending in 2 minutes. What is that? Best something of something. Can't tell what game that is. Wow. $60 for that. Wow, that game is beat up. Best of the best karate. I thought it said best, but I really couldn't think of a Super Nintendo game with best in the title, but there it is. Definitely don't remember that game. Appreciate that, Crumb. Crumb on a 250 watch streak. Crazy. I think you Trekkie for the 10. Hello, Jason. See, look at that. People are now buying sports games because it's got a nice big red juicy price sticker on it from Blockbuster. coincidence, right? No. I'm sure I'm still one of the very few people that cares about that stuff. I'm sure you could probably get the best deals on Whatnot, but some people don't like using that app like me. I don't think I would ever use it for games. But if you're into the setting of Whatnot streams, then yeah, I'm sure you can get some good stuff in there. I don't like the idea of entering streams and having the streamer put you on blast because they see you enter the stream and like make you feel pressured to buy stuff. Very gambly, very forceful feeling on that app. But some people are really into it. Very peer pressure kind of app. Thank you, Noah. Thank you for the 49 months. Man, this is really rare, by the way. Like, you don't really ever see Super Nintendo games with the pre-owned price sticker on the cart like that from Blockbuster. Especially that. That's a nice sticker there. Any sticker collectors? Actually, that's a pretty damn good $10 no bid, $6 shipping just for Star Tropics alone. This lot is worth it. Just for one cart. I'll link this. Remember to like the stream if you're on the YouTube side. It helps let people know we are streaming on YouTube. It's much appreciated. Well, it may not have bids because the title is, like, terrible. He's back in Pog form. Thank you, Pog, for the 19 months. Thank you, Donovan. Almost missed yours. Sorry about that. Thank you for the 41. Wow, there's a lot of Super Nintendo lots tonight. $152. There's got to be something in here. I guess it's just a lot of, like... Actually, there's... Okay, I could see why this is up to $152. Killer Instinct, Super Double Dragon, Beavis and Butthead, Mortal Kombat 3, Pinocchio, X-Men, Final Fight, Demolition Man, Judge Dredd, Stargate, with some manuals and boxes. Yeah. Another decent Super Nintendo lot. I will link this as well. You know, kind of stuff that a lot of people that have been collecting Super Nintendo for a while, you probably have most of these games. If you're, you know, if you were interested in them. But there might be some people out there just starting their collections. Cut boxes. These ones here are not cut. These are the originals. Come on, Google Chrome. I gotta try Google Chrome again for my playlist, but they're starting their buffering shenanigans again. All right. Lost you. Damn. What a boring ass collection that is. Yeah, you can tell it's curated. It definitely looks like the kind of collection that somebody would build. That's their PS4 collection. That's it. They play nothing but shooting games, and they dabble a little in Kingdom Hearts. Let me pause the music for like a little bit. Let it buffer. I don't know why Google Chrome hates music when I stream. I'm also pretty shocked there's a bid for $100 on that. Split second. Split second. There you go. That's pretty much it. No, it's okay. There's some other stuff in here that some people would enjoy. Call Horrors. And Call Horrors, that's pretty much it. Bunch of sports games. This is up to $46, $6 shipping. This might be worth it though if somebody here is actually interested in this stack on the right or left. Honestly, almost kind of worth it for Split Second alone if you don't have that game. So I'll link this one. Great game. Kind of disappointed in myself that I never played it back when it came out. I would have really enjoyed that online. Hello, Vinyl. Hello, Epic. The games that immediately make me think great collection. Not a bunch of shooting and sports games. It's a lot of the weird ones. Some of the more obscure adventure games and stuff. Maybe some of the RPGs. Alright, let's replay the music. Yeah, that's when I hopped on mine, I think, is when it came to Xbox One backwards compatibility. $9 shipping. Some very basic stuff in here. I always check to see if there's like one or two games in here that may be worth bidding on the lot just for that one game. But this really does look like one of those Xbox lots where if you were interested in these games, you probably already have them. This was the best part of Dino Crisis. The save room music. Game box and or box. Wait, how are they wording this? Does it come with the game? Yeah, okay. So they're just saying it's missing the inserts. Looks like there might be a little bit of crinkling. Is that moisture damage? Let's see what they say. Wow, that's a lot of words and no description of the item itself. This is a really good price right now. If you don't care about the other inserts. Box is a little crushed. You could probably pop that out a little bit. The manual, though, it was either well loved or there may be a little bit of moisture damage. It's hard to tell. It kind of gives the appearance of moisture, just a bit. Part is legit because you can see the dirty indented numbers there. The label's also not mint. I'm gonna link that. It's pretty good if you actually just want to complete. Great price. Normally I think this is closer to, in this, like without all the other inserts not being in the greatest condition, you know, you're probably looking at $40, $50 here. When it comes with everything really nice mint shape, it's closer to like 80 to 100. This condition, I'd say 40 to 50. Guys, 360 lot had Might and Magic, Two Worlds 2, Kingdom Under Fire. I could swear we looked at that on eBay. Did you maybe pick that up? Did you pick that up on Saturday? Like, maybe we saw it on eBay and you picked it up the next day or something? Maybe you weren't there during. Because I can swear. I could be wrong, but I could swear we looked at a lot that had. Oh, maybe not. No, I think I. Oh, that does sound very familiar, though. But I don't remember there being Dark Messiah. But that's a good lot. Yeah, I heard NASCAR Unleashed is also pretty good. Oh my god. Say goodbye to an old friend. Man, I've been passing by this freaking Dark Cloud. This is like part of the searches that they always recommend to me for like rentals. Somebody finally put a bid on it. Goodbye Dark Cloud Blockbuster video rental disc. You will be missed. $1.50. I've been seeing this thing for months. I'm not going to link it because I think the person that has a bid on it, they probably really want it. We're going to let it go to them. Hello, AJ. How do I video capture 240p consoles? Well, the only thing that I use for older consoles is just like if it's composite or something, then I just convert it into HDMI. I just have two devices that I use, one for HDMI and then one for like S-Video composite kind of stuff. I don't do anything fancy. Most of my older stuff is modded anyway to use HDMI or something equivalent. Or have some kind of accessory. Imagine trying to sell Stadium events on NES with a title like that. Put some damn effort into it. You want $15,000. Didn't we see this already at some point in the past? I think we did. And it's an AI description. My god. Man, if I was trying to sell a game and I wanted $15,000 to $25,000 for it, the amount of effort I would put into that listing would be unreal. The manual. Factory sealed PS2 games. Tower of Jiraga. It's one of the few games that I busted open. I had that sealed, and I really don't like opening sealed retro games. But I opened that because at the time the sealed copy was actually pretty close to the used price. I love the giant 50% off sticker. Oh, hold the door. There's a green variant Hollywood video sticker. Gonna have to keep my eyes out for that one in the future. Never seen that one. God, you learn something new every day with these rental stickers. Green. They must have been out of their other color inks at the time when they made that one. No games. First print. Thank you, David. Glad you enjoyed it. I'm just glad I finally was able to put that video out after getting eco, because now I can actually, like, exert my excitement for rental sticker labels. How do you get all these covers without boxes? This is probably from a rental store or something. Could have come from a library. Well, maybe not a library. But yeah, there's all kinds of reasons. Some people take their games and put them in disc holders. And then they maybe just keep the sleeves off to the side. Ooh. Ah, no game. That would have been a really good bidding price for X-Men Wolverine. Dumpster diving? Yeah, actually. Yeah, that may have come from like a GameStop or something. But then, why would they remove it from the cases, though, is the weird thing. But yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of reasons to find just the slip covers. It's a pretty good lot here. God of War Black Label by itself is like $20 these days. You can just swap the case it's in, it's no big deal. So it's sort of like if you needed God of War, or maybe you wanted Godfather. Shipping is $10, but if you're considering what God of War is worth, it's kind of worth it. Looks like people want about 20 to 25-ish dollars for Godfather shipped. Looks like it doesn't have the manual though. But I will link this one. Remasters for God of War 1 and 2 are rumored this year. Yeah, so if you actually want a God of War on the PS2, it's probably better safe than sorry to pick up the original, because what does a remaster even mean these days? It could be a complete reworking of the first game, right? So then people may actually seek out the first God of War, similar to what they were doing with Silent Hill 2. NES carts with the official case. Those official cases don't really do much for me personally. Because if you have an NES collection, you're probably displaying them all together on a shelf or something, right? You're not gonna put some of them in this case. But some people are really into those old cases. I am the original owner. It's an okay lot. Rental cases, like stuff like that, meaning like the clamshell cases for consoles and stuff, you mean? Yeah, no, I don't own any of those. I'm not the biggest fan of rental cases for consoles. I mean, they're cool, but it's not really something I'd want taking up space in my collection for how much they cost. I have never went in a dumpster for anything, no. The rental sticker arc. I like that phrasing. I think that's what I'm going to call it. How's the collection changed? Just a lot more PlayStation stuff. Is this a sealed copy? I think it is. Sealed copy of Twisted Metal 4. I'm going to post this just in case there's somebody out there that cares about this being sealed, because this person is avoiding the word sealed and new in their title. So it may actually kind of fly under the radar. I have no clue what a sealed Greatest Hits Twisted Metal 4 goes for. But it does look like it's definitely mistitled. Oh my god. Look at this table that they have the discs on. That is the wildest wooden table that you can ever try and put down discs on for an eBay picture. Yeah, I wonder. I can't imagine why the discs may look like that, you know? Not saying it was caused by the wooden table, but holy, look at this one. Slid it across the nail. It's a pretty okay price for Bugs Bunny. This is normally about 50, I believe. So I will link this. Can the disc only maximum at the top of the page be a rental case? Oh, I missed it. Could be. Yep. It is a game crazy case. It's probably a good thing I'm not nostalgic about Game Crazy, more so Hollywood Video. Because then you know what would happen, right? If I collected Game Crazy covers, I would have to collect handwriting variants. So that means you collect based on how neat the handwriting is on the front cover. That would be some meta collecting right there. Imalak with the 33 months, thank you Imalak. And Mac with the 69-month resub. Very nice, appreciate it, Mac.
Nice.
Oh damn, I was wondering why the chat was ever so slightly delayed on YouTube. They keep defaulting me to normal latency. So I do apologize about that. I usually try and remember to pick ultra low. So like what you're seeing on YouTube is probably about 15-20 seconds slower. Maybe 30 seconds slower than Twitch. No big deal. Yeah, you don't even need any crazy background for eBay pictures. You just need a solid color. Right, like that looks nice. This looks nice. Good picture. You don't need anything too wild. You don't want something like this. But I'll tell you though, these pictures stand out to me because when I see a sloppy background, it makes me want to click in and look around in it more. Wait, do you get the cell phone with it? Oh, you get the iPod for free. It's an iPod. Look at that. And their wallet. And their shoe. And a stick of glue. And an empty cap for their laundry detergent. You can tell this parcel has the hustle. That is for sure. One feedback. But they got all these shipping boxes in the background. They are getting ready to kickstart their eBay business. Oh, we even got a video? Here we go. Stepping on trash as they move the camera around. But you know what? Gonna give them credit. Somebody that goes through the trouble to put a video in their eBay listing, they get my respect. Because that means they ain't lazy. Very few people do it. Very few. I ain't gonna check their other items because honestly I don't trust it, but we'll leave that to our imaginations. So whole PSP lot, Origin, Shatter Memories, and the Experience. Very rarely. I think this is the first time I've ever seen all three of these together in a lot together for bidding. No manual on Experience, but it doesn't come with one. It's kind of like an interactive movie, visual novel kind of thing. I'm going to link that. 46 people watching this, but don't let that intimidate you. Most of the time it's people just watching out of curiosity. Did any of you ever play Starlink? Is this worth picking up one day just for shits and giggles? Oh, they actually released this on Switch, huh? Kind of forgot that. This thing really bombed. You know Nintendo had to have been disappointed with this, giving them the Star Fox license and everything. At this point though, Toys to Life was just a little too dead. Just a little bit on life support at this point. They needed to come out with this a few years earlier. It was okay. Alright, well if I ever see that in a bargain bin or something, maybe I'll pick it up. Closest you'll get to an R-Wing model. Actually, that's a good point in terms of a collectible. It probably is pretty cool for that. Like, if you want an R-Wing. Sims PS2. This person is very modest. They got every Sims PS2 game, plus some PC games. Well, almost every. Actually, they're missing Sims 2. But you get Sims 3 on PC. Our first leg of the night. Cinnamon Wares with 77% feedback. I could swear we've seen this leg before. Yeah, didn't we see this guy like last week or the week before? Likes to hold the games with his leg. I could swear. Let's see what kind of feedback. Seller just created a label and never sent the item after a week of no replies to my email. He said he was canceling with no reason given. Don't bother buying anything from this seller. Spider-Man 2 on the Xbox. Another negative. Item looks like it came from a homeless... Oh, this... I knew they were familiar. See? I don't forget my legs on eBay. This is the guy with the homeless shelter aerating device that we looked at last week. Yeah, I knew it looked familiar. Makes me happy to see people bidding on Last Guardian. They will get to experience this wonderful game for the first time. You're losing interest in modern games slowly. Yeah. I'm very excited for the Switch 2. Because oddly to me, like, the Switch 2 still kind of gives me... Nintendo in general just gives me very nostalgic, like, retro-style game vibes. So I always get excited for a new console from them. But yeah, I'm going to be very laxed with the games that I play from other consoles this year for sure. So this is a cardboard box cut into a clamshell. For Castlevania. I can sympathize with this. This usually happened when, if you were an early Genesis adopter, all of your games would have been in a clamshell, and then eventually they started releasing the cardboard boxes. So like the first few games that you bought that were in a cardboard box just looked weird on your shelf. So a lot of people cut them and put them into a clamshell. I was guilty of doing that to my copy of Sonic and Knuckles. Yeah, Pokemon ZA, I'm honestly not sure what I think of it. I was really hoping that we were going to get some big epic outdoor open world game, like in the forests, and I really don't know how I feel about the whole game taking place in a city, I'm going to be honest. I'm definitely willing to give it a chance, because it's kind of unique in that setting. But I really am not as excited as I was hoping I would be about it. Pokemon Champions, I was excited until they revealed that, like, they're opening Pandora's box for that game. Meaning, like, it's going to be a very competitive Pokemon game. People are going to be able to bring their Pokemon from, like, everywhere and put it into the game. Competitive in that game is going to be just completely out of reach. Maybe as a single-player game, I would check it out, like, if it has a campaign. But other than that, I don't think I'm gonna like it. But whatever. Pokemon is not make or break for me for whatever's coming on Switch 2. Yeah, I haven't really had a chance to put together decks for the new Pokemon Pocket expansion yet. I tried making a Snorlax deck. Got my ass whooped by a Shaman deck, so... Or not a Shaman deck, a Leafeon deck. And that's the extent of what I've done so far. Night Trap was on Game Boy. It was not. I probably just passed by some limited run game thing or something. So how are you all enjoying Monster Hunter Wilds, by the way? Curious what the sentiment is on that game. Performance is terrible on PC. Yeah, I think I'm passing on it. Really makes me wish that I passed on Monster Hunter World and then tried Wilds instead, but yeah, I'm good. I'm not really looking to start something crazy like that game right now. I just want to get like a speed run out of the way for Final Fantasy X, and then we're getting back to PS2. It's like the last thing I gotta check off. Before we go head first again. I thought it was a table at first. They had their leg like so straight. It's a nice hairy leg to go with your copy of SOCOM 2. Look at that, getting all comfortable. I'm telling you, it's new fad on eBay. Legs everywhere. If I ever start selling shit on eBay again, I'm gonna troll the hell out of my pictures. Gotta get a leg shot, gotta get a shot with like some plants. Gotta get a shot where it's like horribly backlit, can't even see the game. I'm gonna put a disc down on like a piece of plywood. Of course they won't be valuable games, but we'll do it for the memes. A banana for scale, yeah. Yep. Rune, Warriors, Arctolad, Baldur's Gate, Champions, Rhaegar, Marker Creed, Mystery, Darkcloud, Summoner, Prism, Eternal. Now that's my kind of lot right there. This person's got good taste. That is my kind of lot. Got the lenticular thingamajig for Rhaegar. Good game selection. Their price, their buy it now is way too high. You're looking at over $10 a game. Wait, hold on. All games are complete except for the last two, all in good condition. The buy it now comes with a PS2 console. Oh. With the memory card and one controller just message me. That's the first time I've ever seen somebody do that. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do that before. Where like the bidding price is just the games. But if you buy it now, it comes with a console, controller, and a memory card. That's unique. Very unique. That would explain the higher buy it now. I'll link it just because I really like the game selection. $105 for the console is definitely not a deal, but you throw a bid on it. And then you don't get the console. Hey, thank you, Frost. Thank you for the raid. What are you up to tonight? The laser active. Laser actives are certainly pretty expensive by now. It's not even so much the console that's a barrier. The games are expensive as hell too. I had a chance to get a laser active at a convention where I could have, like, it was there in person. Could have tested it, you know, that kind of thing you want to buy in person if you can, because then you don't got to worry about shipping. Problem was, it would have used my, like, entire budget for the whole convention, and I just walked in the door, and I'm like, I ain't doing that. That's no fun. That was like 10 years ago at this point. It was a while ago. 8 to 10 years. Back then it was expensive. Look at that Game Boy Advance. Holy moly. If Nintendo ever takes auditions for, like, Game Boys that survived a war for their museum, which is so sad, the Nintendo, they call it Nintendo New York now. They don't have the Game Boy in there anymore that, like, survived the war. That was all beat up and everything. They're taking all the personality out of this store. I think actually all their museum stuff is just gone, if I remember right. Thank you, TK. TK celebrating 72 months, 6 years. I really appreciate it. There's 8 bids on this, by the way. I guess for the NES games. Because this sure ain't as exciting as, I guess, the few NES games that are in sports. Lottery subs today, thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Pack Attack, for the half a year. And Gazebo with the 39 months as well. Pokemon Fire Red Authentic. I don't think you gotta worry about us questioning the authenticity. Wow. I love this artsy fartsy shot. Look at that. They put this shit in the single ray of sunshine entering their house. Oh, there's a new fake label for you too. It's nice of them. Gotta say though, that one beam of light, pretty good lighting for what they're trying to show here. The funny part is they probably have to, like, move their chair around as the day goes on as they take their pictures because the light will change location. The next free monthly PlayStation Plus game is Sonic Colors, worth playing. Colors is worth playing. One of the better 3D modern Sonic games. Gotta love how Silent Hill music starts playing and we just, you know, casually pass by Silent Hill. Just a heads up as well for anybody that has to head out early or something. There is a new video up on the main channel. Some mystery unboxings. Nothing crazy. Just a pretty normal little unboxing video. So you could check it out in the morning or later tonight or whatever. I don't know how long tonight's stream will be. I have been suffering just like terrible stomach cramps the last few days. And I'm still not so good today, so. Do I think they'll remake Ocarina of Time for Switch 2? You're probably more likely to see other Zelda games before that one. There's a lot of controllers in N64s and N64 games. We've seen this before. Oh yeah, I remember this a lot. I remember thinking it was really random. Because they go through the trouble of including a couple of, like, a Genesis game, Sonic Spinball, and then a Genesis, and then, like, 2 GameCube games and a GameCube. If I were them, I would have taken these consoles out and just sold it as an N64 lot. You know why? Because then they wouldn't have to bother putting GameCube and Genesis in their title. They could have better optimized their title with better keywords that Nintendo collectors would be looking for. N64 collectors, rather. Yeah, I've still never played Simpsons Hit and Run. I hear very good things, though. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate it. We'll switch to the search up after this page. I didn't realize I was looking at stuff that ends in like 6 hours. Xenoblade Chronicles X. A lot of hype surrounding that game right now for Switch. A lot of people are going to be playing it for the first time. Okay, eBay. You want to stay on video games, please? There we go. Oh my god, it did it again. I'm literally just changing what I'm searching for, and it swaps it to all categories. Luckily this week, we're looking at 12 wooden drums and baseball cards. Okay, let's try again. Video game category. Thank you. A little sauce. Thoughts on them shutting down Skype? Wonder what happens if you start a Skype call and then you like just leave it running when they shut it down. Can you just like eternally stay on Skype? I wonder. So I'm nostalgic. I'll miss their glitchy audio interface. The voice is constantly distorting. We haven't had a crotch shot yet, but there's been a hairy leg shot or two. Yeah, people are busting out their legs tonight on eBay. I remember this Diddy Kong issue very well. It's always one of my favorite issues. Oh, that was probably why. Zelda 64. First 100 screenshots and then Diddy Kong on the cover. Yeah, I remember looking through that magazine a lot. Looks like every Ratchet and Clank game Black Label PS2. Yeah. Are they all complete? Don't underestimate the price of Black Label Ratchet and Clank, especially the first one. Used to be like upwards of $30. I don't know what it's going for now. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely still at least $20, $25, I would imagine. Oh, it's Michelin Secret Agent Clank. Ah, forget that one. Got all the main line at least. PS3 Ratchet and Clanks are on Steam. I wouldn't doubt if you start seeing more PlayStation stuff coming to Steam. Wow. If you for some reason need a crap ton of shooting games on Xbox 360, here's the lot for you. That is honestly kind of impressive. Normally I kind of take shots at lots like this, but that is a huge shooting lot. So I'm actually going to link it. Just because it's an impressive lot. It's the second lot we've seen with Prism. A weird little game that is. $30 for Onimusha. There's probably not too many people looking for Onimusha on PS2 at this point with the new one. I mean, I take that back. If anything, more people are probably looking for Onimusha 1 because of the second one. These other games are... Future Tactics is worth like nothing. Black Label Metal Gear Solid 3, that's probably about 15, depending on condition. Ooh, that is some weird residue. What game is that? Oh, the demo disc. $40 shipped. Yeah, probably not. This person's smart. It's really hard to list original Xbox games and have people actually search and find them. Because if you just put in Xbox games, it's gonna mishmash with all the other Xbox consoles. So like, if you ever do go to sell original Xbox stuff, I do recommend putting in original OG, like this person did. Because some people do search for those terms to help narrow it down. The hardest part about searching for lots of original Xbox games is the really good ones. You're gonna have to just search for Xbox lot. You can try and filter out 360, Xbox One, Series X, but the downside to doing that is some people mistakenly use those in their title. If they have like backwards compatible games, they put like Xbox One, Series X. And then if you filter them out, you're gonna miss those lots. So it's one of the most pain in the ass consoles to look for. You can find a lot by just searching Xbox lot, no filters, or like original Xbox, but you're gonna have to do some extra searching to find everything. And that's why, like, say you were this person selling 100 cases, Xbox 360, some people might be tempted to put in keywords like One or Series X. But I don't think you should, because I think a lot of people, when they search for Xbox, if they're looking for a specific Xbox console, they'll filter out the other consoles. And then you will suddenly no longer have this listing show up in people that are searching for Xbox 360 with filters, if you understand what I'm saying. Parts. I wish that the PS2 games that they put on PS5 supported online multiplayer. but they don't, most of them, unless it's like a special release, most of the time they don't support it. Even if they originally did, kind of sucks. I mean, I would go crazy on buying PS2 and PS5 games if they supported online. That would be an amazing reason to pick them up. Music's low. Can you at least still hear it though? I don't like to blast the music because then my VOD gets hit with like 50 copyright notices. Yeah, as long as you can hear it. It's not meant to be like overpowering. It's probably like if it's super low for some people, it's probably the way that your speakers are mixed or something. You probably have some kind of limiter because my voice will obviously be louder, so it'll try and push down the background noise or something. A lot of shooting lots tonight. Case and manual lot of 7. Golden Axe, Soldiers of Fortune, Altered Beast, Bugs Bunny, arcade stuff, Caesar's Palace. It's actually a pretty fair price if you need these boxes and manuals. Has the manual too? For a few of the games that matter at least. It's not bad if you're in need of these. You can link that. I'm linking it because there are some people that actually do seek out boxes and manuals for their Genesis collection. At least for my affiliate links. It's no problem. Thank you, Mr. Big. Okay, this got bought up already. Let's see what was in there. $100. Well, it's a pretty boring lot. They used to ask $200 for this. They discounted it, and then someone bought it. See, this is why I always read titles. I keep telling you guys it's so important. Don't just look at pictures. So the first thing I look at is picture, and then I look at price, and then I got caught off guard because I saw they were asking $135 for this. So then I read the title, and then I see it has 39 games in it. And then you click in, and you find that there's way more games. It's actually got some pretty good ones, too. Space Marine near Capcom Essentials. I don't even think we got that here in the US, did we? I guess we did. Wet Disc Only, did earlier for Remember Me Prototype. Alpha Protocol, a bunch of disc only. The disc only unfortunately kind of kills it. Still some good disc only in there though. Blades of Time, Ninja Blade. 99 Nights. It's Canada though. I'll link it. Keep in mind though, if you're buying outside Canada, shipping's gonna be pretty crazy. We did get it's just 2 games, okay. Hello Worm, hello Christian. You can just tell that this was someone's personal collection. It's just the kind of collection where you look at it and you're like, okay, I could see somebody that played Red Dead Redemption also playing Reach, and someone that also played Reach also playing Arkham City, and you know, Assassin's Creed, the outfit, and then they got that chill farming simulator time in there. You know, definitely very much a personal collection. Classic video game lot. $3,200. Good Super Nintendo selection. Good NES selection. Above average Genesis selection. Very nice lot. Definitely not worth $3,200, but they have made an offer. I will link it in case anybody is looking to make offers, but this is the kind of lot that you'd have to lowball. They definitely have this priced out. They definitely went through every single game, added it up with a calculator, and spat out this price. Most people do not keep any of the cardboard boxes. That's why it's so hard to find Game Boy games at cardboard boxes, because most people just threw them out. Like, the only game you'd really want in here is probably Lost Odyssey. Most of the other stuff is really common stuff that most people are already gonna have. Video game lot, my favorite title. Not sure what cart only is going for, Banjo-Kazooie or Tarzan. Something tells me it's probably not a very good lot. I have to imagine Tarzan is maybe 10 bucks, 12, 15 bucks at the most. Cart only Banjo I don't think is that expensive. When you try and get that stuff complete in the box, it's a different story. It's not bad. Black is typically around this price just by itself. Black Label. And Real Pull. Real Pull, I picked this up a while ago. This was the launch PS2 pull game, wasn't it? Very chill kind of music in this game. Actually a pretty nice looking pull game for its time. I'm gonna link this in case somebody here needs Black Label Black. And it's kind of like getting an extra little bonus with it. Just remember the music being quite nice. Or am I thinking of Pull Paradise? I think I'm thinking of Pull Paradise, the one with the really good music. I don't know how the music is in Real Pull. Nice condition console. So looks like the kind of lot that somebody accrued cheap complete in box NES games over the years, because these are a lot of the much cheaper complete in box NES games, and then they keep track of what they paid, and then they just add a percentage onto their asking price so that they profit a little bit after the fees. Because I'm not sure how you accumulate a large NES collection like this, but you somehow accumulate an NES collection of all of the cheapest games complete in box. That seems very difficult to do. You would at least have something in there that's crazy. Of course they're highlighting Mario and Zelda, but that's not enough to hold up the price. It's actually a very smartly put together lot that's targeting people that don't know too much about retro games. They just want to get back into like their childhood NES. By them putting Mario 2 and 3 and Zelda in here, that kind of targets the casuals. Because they see that and they're like, ooh, they got Mario and Zelda. And then they kind of like ignore the overall price of all the other stuff that's kind of included. It's very important to have these sort of like hook games in a lot like this, and that's what they're doing. It's like, I can't decide if I want to scroll past this lot, because it's... The game selection is... not super exciting, but... I think your pricing is pretty fair. Because Quidditch at this point is like a $15 game. Well, then again, I guess the shipping does kill it. $10 shipping kind of kills it. But if you for some reason wanted all these games, it's pretty good. Thank you, Bilbo. Thank you very much for the 21 months. Now that is the kind of seller, because they are listing a lot of lots here. If you buy one lot from them and they combine shipping, then these lots turn into much better deals. Because if they're kind of like negating the $10 shipping on future lots that you buy from them, then you're actually starting to get some good prices. It's an okay lot. Nice variety. Ratatouille feels a little out of place. War of the Whiskers probably being the highlight here in terms of like the one that most people would want and most value. It's like a Power Stone Smash Brothers kind of beat 'em up game. What's on my radar? Nothing in particular. It's an okay lot. Yeah, I definitely recommend clicking on one of the links I put down for this Tyler Yan. They seem to have some good lots that are just barely too expensive when you include shipping. But if you were to buy multiple and they combine the shipping, like I said, you would actually get some pretty good prices. Just that the shipping just always kind of puts them over the edge of not being worth it. It's not bad. Look at that title. Xbox Game Lot. Pretty decent game selection. Only one sports game. Unreal 2, Revenge of the Sith, Quantum, Redshift, Capcom Classics Collection, Gladius, Ultimate Alliance, Midway Arcade Treasures 1 and 3 it looks like. Red Dead Revolver, Jade Empire, Limited Edition, and Bruce Lee. For 73 shipped. Not an insane deal, but it's also not overpriced. And they have make an offer. Okay, some games missing manuals, it looks like. Jade Empire, no manual. Anything else? Most are complete. I hate that. That's one of my pet peeves. Is it really that hard to just say which games don't have the manual? And have scratches. Alright, so they're accounting for condition. Looks like you're not getting a manual with Redshift. I'll link it. Twisted Metal 4 greatest hits. That game got pretty pricey for the Black Label at some point. I don't know what the greatest hits, but I think it came back down. I don't know what the greatest hits would be going for. That is by far going to be one of the cheaper Twisted Metals, though. I would imagine 20 to 25 probably for the greatest hits on that. Wow, that's interesting. They actually had my YouTube chat filtered. I didn't even realize. I'm catching up on it now. It's pretty interesting. Pretty sure it's like an AI bot or something. Pretty good. This person has a lot of good lots, but like I said, their prices are just barely above where you'd want them to be. But they have Oni, Legacy, Angel of Darkness, and this Acme Arsenal game actually has gotten a little bit more pricey over the years. I think it might have something to do with the fact that a lot of people are getting more nostalgic for the classic design of Looney Tunes characters rather than like some of the strange updates they've been doing to them, like Tasmanian Devil, over the years. I'm gonna link it. Well, thank you, Mr. Big. Thank you for the 5 months membership, and thank you for sharing that as well. Hey, Monster Hunter. How are you enjoying Monster Hunter? We were talking about it earlier. I think the consensus seems to be it's more Monster Hunter. And for some people, that's exactly what they were looking for. What 360 games are you thinking of picking up? Does Wild still have like the segmented areas? Or is it truly open this time? It's segmented still. Do you think if Monster Hunter ever went the route of like a huge open world with no segmentation of areas, do you think that would like strip the soul out of Monster Hunter? Do you think it would be like a little too different at that point from what it originally was? It's a good Super Nintendo lot. But the seller definitely agrees because their pricing is accurate. Yeah, I just wish Wild would have came out when World came out. It's just not a good time for it to come out for me. Now, if it launches as a Switch 2 game, that I can maybe get behind. I could see myself playing something like that on Switch 2. But we'll see. And I feel like Monster Hunter Wilds launching as a Switch 2 game would feel pretty likely. Kind of like a perfect fit for that. Large game lot for the DS. Oh, you mean they actually have the games with them? Nothing crazy. Some Pokemon, but nothing too crazy. Alright, let's do affiliate now just in case tonight's stream is shorter. We'll get that out of the way just so that we got it done. Finish this page. Okay, so we are going to be looking at February 16th to the 22nd. For people over on YouTube, we are looking at a list of things that people bought on eBay using my affiliate link. Before we get into it, if you want your stuff to show up on here when we review it, we do it every week. It is anonymous, it only shows me what you bought and what you paid. You can use my affiliate link, which is in my YouTube video and stream descriptions, every one of them. And on Twitch, it's in my About section, or the eBay command that you will see pop up throughout my streams and chat. Starting us off with Dom Kennedy, Get Home Safely. No idea who that is. But I hope you got home safely. Resistance 2 Chimera action figure with weapon stand and blister. Yeah, I remember buying this. You mean to tell me that this figure is actually going for $16? That's impressive. I would think it would be a lot cheaper. This was pretty mass-produced at the time. Yeah, this is the one that came with the collector's edition, right? Yeah. It's actually a really decent figure, though. Looks kind of awkward without the gun in his hands, though. Gotta put that gun in his hands. You picked that up? Yeah, it's a pretty good figure. Well, that would explain, yeah, that's why you were mentioning Resistance earlier. You're in that Resistance mood right now. I miss Resistance. I used to play them online. Even, not so much... I played 3, but I don't think I played 3 as much as I played 1 and 2. I'm going to be honest, though, a lot of those Resistance games blended together for me in terms of my memory of them at this point. It's very hard for me to distinguish between them. All I remember with 3 is the maps were huge, and it didn't quite feel the same as 1 and 2. The reason you bought it, it was already open? Ah, yes. Yeah, I see what you mean. I would be the same way. Yeah, you don't feel bad about opening it. Legend of the Mystical Ninja Super Nintendo cart with original manual for $57. I am so new to that series. Probably my most wanted N64 game at this point is Mystical Ninja Goemon. Haven't played any of them. The only one I touched was like some random one on Japanese PS1, but that's not like the real experience for that series. Somebody bought beef tallow. 100% grass-fed and finished. That's what we're talking about. Eating healthy. $29. I gotta see this listing. Get a whole bucket. Look at that. FedEx free shipping too. Fire Pro Wrestling 2 complete in box for the Game Boy Advance, only $9. Wow. Hello, Ellie. You know, honestly, that is a cover I don't remember seeing often. But for $9, how can you argue? Red Sonia, Virgin Jamie Tyndall. I know somebody's bought these in the past. These are definitely... Yeah, I might need to preview this one first just to make sure. I know these comic covers are not playing around. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's actually a very good thing that I previewed this off stream, because the similar items, oh god, they're gonna start showing these as I browse eBay now. My god. Alright, let's just scroll down a little bit. I can show you the comic cover. Oh, I don't think I want to risk it though if this, like... Yeah, I can't. Not with the similar items, I can't. Can't do it. But I'll put the item number in chat if you want to check it out yourselves. I just, like, I put it in a different browser window, so if I drag it into my current browser window, the framing of the window may, like, expand it, you know what I'm saying? But there you go, someone's having some fun with their Red Sonja. Is this like a variant or something? No, I guess that's just the cover. Oh, variant number 5. Yeah, we're not privating, you know, we're not deleting the Twitch streams this week. Trying not to. Dream Theater Metropolis Part 2. Oh man, I used to, back when I was really in the Dream Theater, I was like obsessed with this CD. Yeah, I remember I was like on the Dream Theater forums and I was like reading discussions and theories on song meaning and everything. I was very into this album. I haven't listened to Dream Theater in years. No, the comic is not explicit. It's the similar items that are explicit for that listing. Yeah, I used to be very in the Dream Theater. But then I just, you know, fell out of listening to them. It's been a long time since I've listened. I used to get all their albums, listen to all of them, but eventually lost interest. Lagoon, Super Nintendo, $12. Did I? No, I never played Lagoon. That game is kind of famous for its weird combat, isn't it? I remember there's something about the combat in that game being strange. Top's Finest, Brady Quinn Green Refractor at a 25. $70, that must be a pretty sought-after player then. Rookie card. The Craft 4K Blu-ray with slipcover Scream Factory. The Craft. This is like a vampire movie, right? I haven't really been listening to much at all lately. I haven't been discovering or listening to music much. Oh yeah, I knew it sounded familiar. The Witching Hour. What did I watch the other night? What was the name of it? Oh my god, I just watched so many stupid little horror movies on Tubi, and I can never remember the name. Oh, that's right. It was actually pretty good too. It was a horror movie that I hadn't seen from the 80s. I think it was 1984, called Mutant. It goes by other names, but it was on Tubi, and it was actually really good. First half of the movie super silly, but then it actually turned into a halfway decent, like, Night of the Living Dead kind of wannabe movie with some really wacky looking zombies. But it got pretty intense in the second half. I would recommend it if you're into 80s horror movies. Mutant. I think it was 1984. It's on Tubi. Remote control for a Panasonic Blu-ray DVD player. It's probably Trekkie. He mentioned getting a Blu-ray player. This release has a bitrate error, becomes huge pixels during the opening sequence. Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, there's so many B-list gems on Tubi. I like nothing more than discovering a new, like, zombie horror movie on Tubi that I haven't seen before. The only ones I really try and avoid are ones that, you know, I will check the IMDb rating to make sure I'm not wasting my time. I will generally avoid anything that has below like a 4.5 on IMDb. My bar is set pretty low. But something that's got like a 3 point something, yeah, I'm probably not wasting my time with that. Sega Dreamcast, console only, parts to repair, $35. Final Blaster Hue card. Oh, such a great game. Huge fan of this game. Mostly because the music is badass. No, sorry, I was thinking of another one. I have streamed this one before, though, but I really don't remember much about it. I was thinking of, what was it, Final Soldier? I really don't remember much about this one. But I did play it. String Follow by Simon Jacobs. Book. Breath of Fire 2 vinyl record soundtrack. Is this one of those, like, weird homebrew vinyl records? Yep, I think. Maybe? No, maybe not. No, that's officially licensed. Cheap as hell. Surprised it's that cheap. They must have overproduced them. Advance Wars 2 Black Hole Rising for the Game Boy Advance, cart only, 16. Game Boy Advance Mario Game Lot for 73. Wonder if it's all Mario games. Yeah, that's where I watched Battle Royale. I watched the first Battle Royale. That was the, what it was, like Korean or Japanese or something, right? It was interesting. Yeah, it was... I just remember the movie being super over the top. Mario World 2, Mario Kart Super Circuit, Duel Masters, Pac-Man. That's a good lot. It's a good little cart lot. Good price. PC Engine games are yours. Nice. Thank you, Chemdream. And you have a good night. Or good day, rather. I don't know what time it is over there. Mouse feet replacement. Topps Finest, Darius Miles. Wow, hold on, they number Topps cards to 1600. Are you serious? Is that I gotta check this. They number baseball cards to 1600? At that point, you might as well not even number the card. Oh, it's not baseball. shows you how much I know about sports. Wow, they actually number it to 1600? That's ridiculous. You don't need to be numbering a card at that point. In my opinion, anything over like 3 to 500 should not be serialized. But that's from 2000, so maybe they were doing things different back then. Sometimes sports cards are in that time where, like, what do they call it? Like junk, they had a term for it. Sports cards back during a certain time were just like so overproduced, it was crazy. Kind of like how modern Pokemon cards are today. Rock On PC Engine Hue card for 18 bucks. It's Chemdream. Yeah, Junk Wax era. Mouse feet replacements. They're just like the little rubber knobs. Okay, it doesn't want to find that listing. The little rubber knobs on the bottom of the mouse. Do any of you collect sports cards? Like going in the Target, like buying the blaster boxes kind of thing? Or hobby stores? Replacement audio cable cord. Gaming headset line. Authentic Godzilla Unleashed PS2 case and manual only. 12 bucks. That's a great price. Something tells me... I think Bovine probably bought that. He seems like the only type that would buy Godzilla Unleashed without the disc. Getting harder and harder to get Godzilla Unleashed on PS2. I think it's probably like $70, $80 now. Game just went up out of nowhere years ago. I guess all the Godzilla hype. Daria Studio 66 RPM vinyl record holder wood crate. Hold those vinyls. Getting those bundles going. Gotta get the holder for your records that someone on here is buying. See, that's what I've always thought about sports card collectors. So, like, when you buy a box of sports cards, I mean, you gotta be a special type of collector to get excited over all the other teams, right? Like, wouldn't you only want cards from your favorite team? Wouldn't it kind of be weird to be getting excited over teams that you don't, like, root for? I guess there's just different types of sports collectors. But I just always thought it was really odd. It's like, okay, if a Yankees fan opens a box and they get, like, Mets cards, how do they feel? Right? Like, I don't know. I guess some people are into it for different reasons. PC Engine Blue Blink. A lot of PC Engine games. Let's see what this one... A lot of these sound familiar to me, but I don't remember them until I see the cover. Yeah, Final Soldier is the game I was thinking of earlier. That one I like. Oh, this game. Yeah, I don't remember what I think this was a platformer, if I remember right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was a platformer. Side-scrolling platformer. How'd you feel if you prefer water Pokemon but pulled a 1-of-1 Sun Charizard card? I'd feel terrible. Yeah, I would want a Blastoise. Sports cards have nothing to do with your favorite team, yeah. I guess there's just people into it for different reasons. So I guess sports collecting is more just for the flipping and the value, huh? Yeah, that's just like a whole... Well, I guess in a way it's kind of like how modern Pokemon cards have become. Adventures to Go for the PSP. Oh yes, I remember when that came out. Never played this one. Very cheap PSP game. It was cheap when it came out too. Man, I really miss when game covers like kind of look like this. Just a simple little blurb up here, couple screenshots, couple bullet points. Now it's like you're lucky if you get a sentence or even a screenshot. Coated Arms for PSP. $7. I also never played Coated Arms. PC Engine Toy Shop Boys. If I remember it, wasn't this like a shoot 'em up? Wow, they really don't want to find these PC Engine games. Oh well. Topps Finest Rookie Clippers, $15.99. 3D printed Dragon Egg fully articulated exclusive fidget toy. Yeah, we got some contenders for purchase of the week. What is going on? Show me our dragon egg fidget toy, please. Oh, no wonder it's like pasting an R in here. There we go. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't think any of us were expecting that. I was expecting some like boring ass egg. Something like just like this, right? We weren't ready for the dragon. It's pretty cool. Oh, it's a little tiny dragon. Oh, and it actually like moves around, huh? So they like snap it together. Man, 3D printing is getting so crazy. Thank you, Still Shot. Thank you for the 39-month resub. Oh boy, I mean, the beef tallow was up there, but I think the purchase of the week has to go to the 3D printed dragon egg fully articulated fidget toy. Tiger Electronics Wrestling Handheld Video Game Vintage 1991. And Shinobi on the PC Engine. Chemdream bought a bunch of cool PC Engine games, but nah, this has got to be a coolest purchase of the week. Beef tallow wins. Are we actually going to give it a tie? The beef tallow is pretty crazy. Like, the fact that it's an entire bucket. Talk about some of the more random things to be purchased on here. Alright, put it in chat. What was the coolest purchase of the week? Was it the bucket of beef tallow? Or the 3D printed dragon egg? Dragon egg, beef, beef, dragon, beef, dragon, beef, beef, dragon, beef, beef. Man, that's pretty close. Beef. I think beef wins. Really close though, but I think the beef tallow wins this week. Yep, there it is. Inspired by my recent views. Oh no. Please, eBay. They're gonna get me for looking at that freaking Sonya comic. They are gonna get me. Yeah, I'd imagine it's pretty tough going into a local retro game store. Sure, their markups are a little crazy right now. Hello, Stealth Shop. Yeah, something like that, Chrono. eBay kept putting me into all categories when I was doing my searches for something. And the timing was very unfortunate on what was being newly listed, to say the least. It's a good seller right there. Pointing out the dent in the cover. Not a lot of sellers would do that. Gets my respect. This is what you have to look forward to, by the way, if you're going for a complete DS collection. $160 Sarah, Keeper of the Unicorn. Oh, no game. I was gonna say, like, damn. Great price on Chrono Trigger. Both posters. Kinda beat up manual. Box is looking pretty good. Box is actually looking nice. Oh, the manual's pretty. Yeah, it's torn and missing staples. Shame. That looks like a very uncomfortable controller. Monster Hunter controller? Wait, hold up. What are all those buttons in the middle? That's... What? They had macro keys? What is this? Anybody know? I've never seen something like that before on a PlayStation controller. Official controller. So these were shortcut keys on the controller to play Monster Hunter? Oh my god, look at the shoulder. This is funny. This controller is hilarious. Triple shoulder buttons to play Monster Hunter. Oh my goodness. Monster Hunter controller USB. Oh, for the PC. To play it on PC. Wow. Yeah, I saw they had PS2, PS3. I'm like, I've never seen something like that before. This is official for PC, huh? Look at that. So you can hit... That's so genius. Damn, even I would have been playing Monster Hunter on PC with a controller like that, because I hate playing with a keyboard and mouse. I've never seen something like that before as an official controller. That's pretty cool. Oh my god, I would have died to have something like that for like Final Fantasy 11. Having my macros on the controller like that? It's definitely not official. Yeah, you're probably right. It definitely doesn't look official. But it looks very cheaply made. Guess the person's lying to us, though. But you never know. It may not have just... Maybe it was just like some kind of underground release in Japan. The triple shoulder buttons, though. Look at this Seaman controller. This thing looks so wrong. Japan gets all the cool controllers. Yeah, that's a good question. Could it work on other games? Maybe you can program the keys somehow. Man, this has got to be one of the craziest marketing grabs I've ever seen. Like, do you really care that your memory card is green with a Yoshi egg on it? Of course you do, because you're a Nintendo fan. Buy it. I wish the Splatterhouse mask for the 360 version was a little more faithful to the original. I never really liked this mask. I don't know. It just looks a little too much like a high school ceramics class project that somebody like sculpted. I was never super into that mask design. They probably had to try and avoid lawsuits though from like Friday the 13th for looking too similar. Gigapets. Explorer TV game sealed. Yeah, I didn't get into Gigapets. I was into Tamagotchi, but I never got into whatever Gigapets was doing. So this is a plug-and-play game with a Gigapet, huh? This looks like it could be fun to stream. Unlock tricks, toys, and secret locations when you zap your handheld pets sold separately into the game. Includes a hamster handheld pet not available sold separately. Boy, they were peak marketing at this point. Add more pets to your collection, of course. Shape your pet's traits by exploring Giga Island and completing missions. The way you play affects how your pet develops. Speedrun the hell out of this game. Where will your pet take you? Yeah, probably to your local Walmart to buy more toys. Wonder what the, like, I actually wonder what the gameplay is like in this thing. This looks like something I would probably buy. Oh, KB Toys recommends Energizer batteries. Look at that. This looks like something I would buy if it was cheap enough to stream it. I'm sure that would be interesting. Found that controller was released from Monster Hunter Frontier. Wow, that is one of the wildest controllers I've ever seen. Man, it really makes you wonder if that can work with other PC games, if you can map those F1 buttons. That would be a pretty interesting way to play, like, MMORPGs. I would love that for Final Fantasy XI. I mean, hell, even Pantheon for that matter. But I'm not going to be the one to test it and find out. Let's see what the box looks like. It does look so knockoff, though. It looks so cheaply made, like the buttons and stuff, but it is official. Just a reminder, if you're watching on YouTube, I would appreciate it if you can give the stream a like. Just lets other people see that we are streaming. Helps push it out to others. Thank you for those of you that take the time. Wow, I've never seen this before. Donkey Kong Country bike helmet from Nintendo Power. Wow, so somebody finally did one of those things where you like send away for something in Nintendo Power and got it back. Maybe this was from a competition. Or like, you know, one of those raffles. Definitely used. Vintage helmet inspired by Donkey Kong Country. It's written by AI. It's a cute little pillow. It's not $90 cute, though. Yeah, it is. It's a pretty... Most Donkey Kong merchandise is pretty hideous, let's be real here. Most of it is pretty ugly. Especially when it's not like a plush or a figurine or something. There's some infamous stuff out there, like the Donkey Kong 64 shirt with a giant mug of Donkey Kong on it. PlayStation 5 2022 Employee Edition. Guess that's more of a controller collector thing. That's cool and all, but not $600 cool. Yeah, I'm very disappointed in eBay allowing AI description. Because they actually let sellers use it to bypass having to actually write a description. It would be different if it was like a supplemental little thing, but they're allowing people to not type anything. Because they use an AI description. And AI descriptions typically add no value to a listing. Oh my god. A pregnant zombie looking figure? That is one of the wild, like, there's no, this is official? Is this for real? That is one of the wildest statues I've ever seen for a game. What? This was from Australia only, maybe? Australia just does things a little different. For real? It's the plot of Fear 3. I haven't played Fear 3, but I mean, do you really turn this into a figurine? That's crazy. Yeah, I haven't played Donkey Kong 64 since it came out. I'm sure I would still enjoy it, but I'm sure it would be very overwhelming to try and like actually 100% the game at this point. I really, really enjoyed it when it came out though. Like I was super excited to play any new 3D platformer on the N64, and that game was very impressive from a technical standpoint. So much to do. But I have not touched it since it released, so it would be very interesting to see what I would think of it these years later. Oh. Interesting character choices for the son. Any prototype stuff? Nothing too crazy. I mean, I'm sure there's some stuff in my Sonic collection that's nearly one of a kind. See, it's been so long since I played it, I don't really remember all the different collectibles in Donkey Kong 64. So the different color bananas that's like them gating you into playing a certain character, right? Where you have to swap to them to collect them. And then I'm assuming you just like backtrack through previous levels or something. Does the game force you to collect them though, or is that just for completionists? What happened to this Bowser? Didn't pluck his eyebrows. Regular bananas are for fighting the bosses and getting banana mums. I'd be really interested in trying it again. See what I think of it.
This is why eBay streams are the best. An audience of people get to see great deals, but more importantly, the weird.
Hey, thank you so much, Chrono. Thank you for the 102.
Including wacky descriptions.
Resub with the tier 2.
Keep up the great work,
Always appreciate your support. Look at that. They cut you off. Streamlabs people cut you off on that. You need 75 of 100 bananas to get a banana medal, and you need 15 of them to play jetpack. And you need to play jetpack to get a coin. Wow, that does sound like a process. It does sound a little extreme, even by collectathon standards. But I'll be honest with you, and I played it when it first came out, I don't remember having any issue with the collectibles. If anything, I thought it was really cool how much shit was in that game. But now I'm sure I might think a little differently. Playable game preview, EGM promo sealed. I mean, that's cool and all, but I don't think it's $1,000. Even for the most hardcore Rayman fan. Huh. Oh wow, look at this. I was gonna say, I don't remember them releasing this on Xbox One. But they did a 360 Xbox One case combo for Midnight Club Los Angeles. These cases have got to be pretty rare, right? That can't be common at all to see Xbox One and 360 on the same cover like that. Can't be that many of those. Well, I'm sure Donkey Kong 64 feels very ambitious by the standards of today. I'm sure if you try on 101% the game as well, it's probably miserable. GameStop CD and DVD radio cleaning system, base only, no fluids. Something tells me if you're using this to clean your disc, your disc may wind up in worse condition than it started. It's gonna go out on a limb. Box only on those Genesis games. Virtual View RCT. Anybody? Affiliate link? Just let me know. An Xbox 360 with the Blades dashboard. $70. You know, that may not even be that bad if you just need a nice working 360. I'm gonna link this. There may be somebody out there that actually needs a 360. And they're like, damn, you know what? I actually want the OG Blades interface. I'm gonna link this. There is an offer on it right now, so keep that in mind. Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. Does it come with the arcade games? It has to, right? What's the description? Oh, shit. The DVD drive doesn't work. Well, if you're able to repair it, has a bunch of arcade trials, demos, videos, themes, and gamer picks. It has also been modified so you can never accidentally update the console. You'll always have the blades. The ultimate nostalgia. Yeah, they're all demos. You get Contra and Comic Zone and Clone and Clyde. But yeah, you'd have to be pretty hardcore to buy this thing just to experience the blades. Even though, honestly, there's quite a few non-demos on here. Unless they just didn't call it a demo. Would I rather own every game but not have anything to play them on? Or play every game but never own any? I think I would take the later option. $29 games for $108 shipped. Mm. Oh my god. I think you're the first person I've seen use that emote, video gamer. It's so much worse than the old Bible Thump emote. A lot of times people ask, like, what's the rarest long box PS1 game? This is it right here. Starblade Alpha. Pretty good shape too. Yeah, I guess that's the best way of putting it. It just pales in comparison to Bible Thump. The weirdest thing to me with the Bible Thump emote is like the creator of Binding of Isaac was publicly saying on Twitter at the time, he was like, hey, I want to get the emote like relicensed so you can keep using it. I could almost swear that he said for free too, but I could be wrong on that, but still. Twitch, for some reason, was just like, nope, we want nothing to do with it. So strange. So that definitely squashed the rumor of like the game creator not wanting them to keep using it. Because he was like, let's do it. Twitch never responded. Okage pen. I've seen this pin a lot over the years. These square pins. These were definitely pins worn by like EB Games employees when these games were coming out. Have I tried Slitterhead? Yep. I definitely recommend it. I definitely recommend Slitterhead if you can get it for like $20 or under. I wouldn't recommend full price, but it's a very different game, very different action game. Wait, Kango Legend of the Nine is really $100? Seriously? If it is, yay, because I'm pretty sure I bought that for like 10 bucks last year. I was gonna say, yeah, I don't remember that being 100 bucks. Thank you, Husky. Thank you for the 25 months. Hello, Adam. $3D baseball, $39. Really? It's like I almost don't believe that, but then again, that cover does look like something I never really run into. Wow. Okay. New PS1 game to keep your eyes peeled for. Actually pretty rare too. I was gonna say, like, I'm looking at that cover and I'm like, that is a cover I don't see often. 40 bucks for this baseball game. And there's only like a few on eBay. Empty cases. Shame, because this would have been quite the lot if there were games included. 19 with manual, 5 without. It's a very chaotic way to display the manuals. I'm going to link this just because they do have a lot of actually really good boxes in here. Boxes and manuals. But you got to keep in mind with these kind of listings, it is quite difficult to find good deals on disc-only PS2 games to make this worth it. It's harder than you think. A lot of times people price disc-only PS2 like very close to what you would pay for these games complete. Like the lower tier games. I don't mean like you're not going to spend the same price on a disc of Kuon than you would a complete copy. But a lot of these like lower price games, they're usually fairly close in price to their complete in box counterpart. I have most of them backed up, Kooster. The problem with the horror VODs, they suffer crazy copyright issues. I already have most of them saved, it's just a matter of seeing if I can fix the problems and then getting them uploaded. But even if I can, I'll probably eventually upload most of them. Yeah, I'll be uploading the second part of Harvester. I actually on the Harvester VOD, they actually hit me with the I don't think I've ever had it before for a game, but like, you know, their AI is able to detect that there's some like crazy imagery in Harvester. So it got like a flag of, I forget what they call it. It's like a content flag. In other words, like this video is limited in certain ways because it's just like the game is so over the top kind of thing. Explicit. Anybody need a PS4 with PT on it? $350. Let's do a search for promo. We haven't done that in a few weeks. I did do Rebirth, but I didn't beat it. So, I'm not sure, like, at this point I'm very tempted to see... It would really suck to rebuy that game, though, full price. But it does feel like it would be really cool to try and play that on the Switch, too. I feel like playing that game handheld would help me get through it so much easier. GameCube Clipboard Promo Indigo. That's kind of cool. They guys had such weird merch for GameCube. But I kind of like that. I'm going to link this. I've never seen a GameCube clipboard before. Have they said it's going to be on Switch too? It is very likely it will be, yes. They have not said, but it's pretty likely. At least Remake 1, Part 1 for sure. Look at this giant midnight launch poster for Force Unleashed. The line starts at 10 p.m. Man, let me tell you, if you, for some reason, were at a midnight launch for Force Unleashed, this sign feels almost essential. That is such... I've never seen a sign like that before. So nostalgic, because you almost never see this kind of stuff anymore. My Steam Deck is currently bricked. So yeah, I'm pretty pissed. I gotta send it in for repairs. I was gonna use it to practice pools, the speedrun. But I couldn't find what I did with the official charger, so stupid me, I was like, oh, this charger here seems like it's the same wattage, or hopefully should be. Nope. Do not, under any circumstances, ever use something other than an official charger for your Steam Deck. It was charging just fine. I was like, oh, this is good. So I left it, come back, shit, doesn't turn on anymore. So yeah, do not ever use something other than the official charger for a Steam Deck. Because believe me, I'd probably be using it to play Mecha Break right now. Hitting up all them sliders at level 9. But I can't. I don't know what the cost to repair is. Something tells me it's probably not cheap. Steam cover it? I have no idea. I read a Reddit thread where someone was saying that they had the same issue and they had to send it in for repair. So, yeah. I haven't looked into it since because I was pretty disgusted that it happened. Make a break, yeah. That's fun. I enjoyed it. I will definitely come back to it when they release it on console. When that is available on PlayStation, I'll be back. And we'll be sliding them sliders at level 1, because I'm not going to mess that up this time. Oh, I've used the portal a good amount. The problem with the portal is it's really good with certain games and almost unusable with certain other games. Any game that uses pinpoint accuracy for aiming, you can't use it. I tried playing Marvel Rivals on there and I was using Namor. Unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. Just that little extra bit of input delay makes games like that just, you can't do it. But if it's something melee focused, then yeah, Portal's amazing. Or an RPG or something. D-Wommer, thank you so much. Thank you for the Prime sub. Enjoy your emotes. Me? No, I don't go to any YouTube streams. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Sorry about that. Fear poster. Kind of a sad time to be selling that, I guess, right? Anybody a big fan of Fear? I can link this for you. A little rough around the edges. Kind of a boring poster though, no? Kind of boring. Thank you, Tentative. Thank you for the 53 months. You know, it is interesting that you bring up disconnecting the internal battery. I did read that and I completely forgot that I did not test that. So that is true. That is one thing I gotta try. So thank you for the reminder. Completely forgot about somebody recommending that. E-reader card lot of 40. This is one thing that I regret not trying out when it first came out. I really wonder what I would have thought of these when it was like brand new and relevant. Did these come in booster packs where you like open the booster pack and you get random e-reader cards? Is that how they did this? Probably was pretty cool. Especially if you were chasing a certain rare one or something. Fear is playable on Series X, I believe, yes. They will eventually make an appearance during one of my horror months. I'll probably tackle like one a year once I start them. I know that they're not supposed to be like mega scary. They kind of rely on certain jump scare things, but I am very fascinated to see how the game handles its atmosphere. I did not get any Mario Wonder cards, no. Personally, I thought they were ugly as hell. And also really expensive for what they were on the aftermarket. This game is pretty okay, by the way. It's the kind of game that you would avoid just by looking at it. But it's actually a pretty good little beat 'em up. Terrible pictures of this. Based on some, like, kids movie. But if you like 3D action games that are a bit more like 360 PS3 era feeling, Monkey King Hero is back. Terrible name. It's pretty good. Mario Wonder. I don't even own Mario Wonder. Yeah, I dodged that one. It did look like one of the more interesting side-scrolling Mario games, but I have grown very distant from side-scrolling Mario games over the years. I just really want my 3D Marios. This is Mega Man X5. Yeah, USB-C, that's what I was using on it. You played through every X game except 7. Man, 7's the best one. And you know how I know? Because it's like the only one I've played. Classic. Now, I played Mega Man X, loved Mega Man X when I was a kid. I mean, I'm sure I'd still love it now, but I don't typically play Mega Man games much anymore. X, classic. Didn't do 2 and 3 because obviously those were really hard to get back then, still are now. Unless you're doing like one of the collections, which didn't exist back then. The next one on my radar would be X8. Gotta start with the best and work your way backwards, you know? How many of you have this? I remember I used my points to get this thing. Club Nintendo. 2010, man, that's crazy. I'm pretty sure I unboxed and showed this in a video on YouTube. Isn't that wild? 15 years ago. It was a nice statue. Star Wars Episode 1 N64 water bottle. God, you gotta love these old promo items for video games. Would not be drinking out of that, boy. Holy smokes. Look at that thing. Oh my god. Pretty sure you gotta get a tetanus shot to drink out of this. Hello, Sky Opener. Thank you for joining the stream. A 360 calculator. Keychain and something else. Yeah, this is probably one of the more common. There must be a ton of these things out there. Rogue Galaxy lanyard. Seen these so many times over the years. Maybe because the characters are looking really weird. They must have overproduced that like crazy. Wow, a Dino Crisis watch, and it looks official. For all you keycard lovers out there. I'll say it's kind of cool if you're actually a really big fan of the game. Reasonably priced, too. But actually, it doesn't look all that rare, because there's a couple. There's one here. They want $75 plus $7 shipping, though. This one is $60 free shipping. And you know the cover is going to be mint, because they still got the plastic on it. I'm going to link that. No, Dino Crisis does not need to come back. They can keep that overrated key card loving. Yeah, it's alright. I thought it was very overrated though when I played it. I'm sure it would have been different if I played it when it first came out. Yeah, you need a key card to tell the time. Dino Crisis wouldn't be nothing without T-Rex and the dinosaurs having the ability to pursue you from room to room. Other than that, overrated as hell. In my opinion. Oh no, I would not compare Dino Crisis to Resident Evil. It's just that the environments in Dino Crisis are just so repetitive and boring, and they lack so much character. Whereas when I think of Resident Evil, honestly, one of the first things I think of before I even think of the zombies is the environments and the mansion and just the world building. They handle puzzles way better, they handle keys way better. Yeah, Dino Crisis 2 I look forward to getting around to. And the best part is I don't have to play that in October, because it's not horror. Respawning of the enemies, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I had my problems with it. Yeah, I streamed it, what, was it last October? Or the October before? I don't remember. But, yeah, I was getting very frustrated with that game at points. Yeah, I don't fault anybody that likes Dino Crisis, especially if you are nostalgic for it. But for someone like me, an outsider that came into the series late, I don't have that nostalgic value for it, so it's harder for me to enjoy it for that quality. But I can definitely see why people would love it if they played it back when it came out. And probably still like it. But yeah, definitely not one of my favorites. Oh wow. King Kong official movie t-shirt. Wait, really? They gotta have an image on the back, right? Is it really just the logo? Oh, that's boring. Below 30? Yeah, no, I know a lot of people like Dino Crisis 2 more than 1, and I can almost guarantee you I will like Dino Crisis 2 more than 1 as well, based on the little snippet of gameplay I've seen of it. Which PS1 game do I think is most in need of a reboot? I would love to see the Jet Moto series come back. We need more unique extreme style racing games like that. Which one was yours, 30? The beef tallow? It's kind of a cool little standee for a Gears of War fan. Yeah, Jet Moto 2 is one of my all-time favorites. I love Jet Moto 2. Jet Moto 3 I really didn't care for much. Jet Moto 1 is like, whatever. I barely even remember playing it. But Jet Moto 2, oh my god, the tracks in that, the music. So there's just so many standout levels in that game. Dream Theater, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I should have figured. And then you probably picked up the wooden vinyl holder too. They did make official Pokemon marbles, yeah. Oh, you didn't buy the vinyl holder, okay. I also think a lot of people want to see Ape Escape come back. That wouldn't be one of my choices, but I wanted to come back for the Ape Escape fans. Full auto GameStop retail marketing promo poster. Oh wow. Never seen that before for the first game too. Full auto's cool and all, but I don't like it enough to want something like this. Full Auto always stood out to me for one reason in particular, and that was it was the first game on 360, in the US at least, to come out after the initial launch games. So, like, you know how the console launches, you have the day one games. Full Auto was the first game to come out, like a month or two later, whatever it was, after the launch games. So that way, like, after you kind of like played and rented everything, you're like, man, I could really use something new. This is what you got. Full Auto. Really fun arcade game, like arcade style vehicular destruction racing style game. The problem with it was the frame rate was awful. Terrible frame rate. I was always kind of hoping that they would have made it backwards compatible and fixed the frame rate on Series X. Wow, that is one messed up bookmark. Holy moly. Yeah, I mean, I get hoarding and all, but there needs to come a time where you when you realize that your little bookmark needs to be put out to pasture and is not worth $50. It's maybe one of the most poor condition pieces of promo I've ever seen on here. It's like, come on, they're not getting $55 for brand new mint condition ones. What makes you think you're gonna get $50 for the Shoshi? Let's do one more page. Somebody letting go of a lot of their time as a GameStop employee promo pieces. That is a very clever piece of promo merch for Metal Gear Solid. They should have done one of these for like the first couple when it was red. The caution sign light sensor. Oh, and it's a motion detector too, right? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Now that's a neat idea for a promo sign. Do we get ARMS to switch to arms and legs? I think ARMS as a series is probably done. Pretty sure that kind of underperformed for them I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe it sold more than I'm remembering, but I feel like ARMS came out and then people were done talking about it a week later. Check out sold prices because I don't think we looked at sold prices last week. Let's do CIB. Oh, I'm sure getting a Hellgas helmet, like one of the ones from the collector's editions for Killzone, it's got to be worth way more than $5. That's for sure. Why do I think car combat games like Twisted Metal declined in popularity? Yeah, that's an interesting one to think about. It is true. We went from having a bunch of them on PS1 to having almost none of them on PS2. And then by PS3, I mean, damn, we were... What did we get? Twisted Metal on PS3, which I was a fan of personally. And then... What was that other game? Mayhem? I'm sure there's a couple off the top of my head I can't think of. There were not many. There really were not many. I really couldn't tell you why. And I always feel like that genre could have really helped push the visual limits of consoles, because the destruction, right? Why would you not want to be smashing up cars and seeing the damage and the parts flying everywhere? I feel like that could have been a pretty cool way of seeing what the new console can do. That's why I was so excited for games like Destruction All-Stars on PS5, which was a great car combat game, by the way. Very sad that that is now just dead, because it should have released as a free-to-play game. They waited too long. They tried to release as a full-price game, and then they're like, oh, here, it's free. Nah, it doesn't work that way. Somebody bought a D tonight. Saturn copy. We've been seeing more Saturn copies, so. Destruction All-Stars was awesome. I had so much fun in that game with that one card that I used. So OP. The one where he like turned into a hedgehog with spikes. God, that card was so good. Oh my god, and Destruction All-Stars was so unique with the like on-foot parkour stuff. Man, what a missed opportunity with that game. If that would have released not as a launch game, like if it would have released 2 years later when people actually had PS5s, I think it would have been really popular. And it doesn't do the car combat genre any favors because it made it appear like nobody cared about car combat. No. People care, it's just that nobody can get their hands on a PS5. That was the problem. That's why I was really sad to hear they canceled the new Twisted Metal that was supposed to come out. And there were some people that were celebrating it because it was supposed to be like a live service game. Who cares? I don't care. We could have had a new Twisted Metal. It was going to be... And I remember calling this too. I said when I heard they were working on a new Twisted Metal game, Hell, even before they even worked on a new, like, announced they were working on a new one, I remember always saying, man, I would love, when Battle Royales first started to become a thing, I remember thinking to myself, man, it would be so cool to have, like, a Twisted Metal game in Battle Royale style. Which is kind of what Destruction All-Stars was, but it was a smaller scale Battle Royale. But a Twisted Metal game, just imagine giant, open field, Twisted Metal Black style, 100 players. Oh man, it could have been so good. I don't care if it was free to play. Whatever. As long as we got it, but now we're not. Which actually reminds me, I almost forgot. A couple days I have a sponsored segment coming up with a car combat game. So look forward to that. Hopefully it's good. But from what I saw, it looked pretty good. Can't say what it is yet though. But that's why I'm like, man, we need more car combat games. I'm just like so desperate I'll take anything at this point. That is one dead genre. Nothing too crazy here. Nothing that's catching my eye in terms of super low or super high in price. Out of the ordinary, I should say. Any holy grails to add to the collection? I mean, I'm sure there's some Game Boy Color stuff I'd still like Shantae, but other than that, there's nothing that would immediately come to mind. Cell Damage, yeah. They fumbled Cell Damage with the re-release of the HD version. Stupidly using the PAL version, which gets rid of the cool cartoon death animations. So stupid. And didn't add online multiplayer. I remember their trailer for that mocking people that wanted to play it online. It's one of the worst game trailers I've ever seen for Cell Damage HD. They were like, oh, what's that? You want to play online? Well, guess what? We've only got local multiplayer. It was such a stupid trailer. Wow, the saturation on that picture is very bright. Yeah, this D1 Professional Drift Grand Prix game, pretty uncommon little racing game on PS2. Creeping up to $30. If you ever see that one cheap, get it. You don't watch sports, but you're trying to get into sports card collecting? Well, that is the statement of the night. That is an interesting one. Warriors is getting up there. Probably won't be too long before this game is $100. Despite having the PS4, PS5 version. But you know, people want the OG. I think people are just getting tired of these digital games that they don't technically really own. People just really want to secure those original physicals. Wow. The price on Cube dropped like a rock. I can remember when this was like, what, like $50, $60 for a point during the 360 apocalypse. Now it's back down to what it was before. Right back down. Knew that would probably happen with that because that is not really a rare game. Not hard to get that at all. Dead Space PS3 copy, $27 shipped. Fatal Inertia. I don't own Fatal Inertia, but I'm trying to remember if I rented it. I think I rented Fatal Inertia, and if I'm being honest, I don't remember loving it, and I think that's why I never bought it. I actually think I rented that from Hollywood Video, if I recall correctly. What happened to my music? Username. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. Do I have any opinions on Superman 64 or Popeye on PS4? I do. So, my experience at Superman 64 is way different from other people. Because when I first played Superman 64, I used a Hori controller, which makes a huge difference. Huge. Because the Hori controller joystick is like infinitely better than the joystick that you get with the regular N64 controller. It's way more fluid, way more easy to navigate in games like Superman 64. So I actually really like the ring missions in Superman 64. And the people that were in my streams can attest. Why did I like them? Because I was like nearly first clearing the ring stages because the controls with the Hori were just so good. I'm like, man, what are people talking about? This is amazing. This is fun. The ring missions, keep in mind. Because the controls were just so fluid with that controller. So if you play Superman 64, you want to make sure you're using a Hori. However, the normal on-foot missions, I didn't mind them up until a certain mission in like an underground garage that was like a 15-minute mission, and every time you die you start from the beginning, and it was like a maze labyrinth. I couldn't continue. I just didn't have the patience for it at the time. So if it wasn't for that one mission that was just way too hard for me to bypass, I probably would hold it to a higher degree. Popeye on the PS4, which I do have before they delisted it, I did beat it. It was terrible. Yeah, it was not worth whatever I paid. Let's just say that. Very basic, very simple. I don't give a crap if they were trying to remake an NES game or not. That game had no right to release. However, I mean, that we weren't the target audience, right? Like, it was probably meant for little kids, but let's be real here. What little kids are playing Popeye on PS4? Nobody. Nobody is. However, I now own some kind of rare artifact on PS4 because you can't get the game anymore. Oh, Popeye, I mean, Superman way better than Popeye. Way better. But yeah, I love the flying missions in Superman 64. Because I didn't struggle with them. I was cutting around doing like drift turns. I mean, it actually felt really good. Beautiful Katamari shot back down, yep. 360 Apocalypse is officially over. That is for damn sure. A lot of these games that were dirt cheap are now returning to being dirt cheap, but like I mentioned, not all of them will. If a game is actually rare, it's gonna feel the repercussions from that. I remember I had a lot of fun in Superman 64 with one of the levels, because at the time I was really into speedrunning and glitch hunting. And I remember I didn't look at any speedruns, no gameplay, and in one of the levels I just like was experimenting with clipping out of bounds, and I actually clipped out of bounds and on my own found the same skips and glitches that the world record was using for the speedrun of that level, like going out of bounds and stuff. Really cool. That was definitely one of my more memorable times with Superman 64. Finding the same broken stuff that they did for the world record. Twisted Metal on PS3. I am a little biased with this game because I played the hell out of this game when it released. Because I was, it was kind of one of those SOCOM situations. Oh, look at that. Free downloadable game was purchased. Twisted Metal Black. How nice. It was one of those SOCOM situations where the servers, I think they were down for like the first day or something like that. First day or two. And then when they put them back up, I found out I was like one of the top players in the world for total amount of kills. So then I really like started grinding. I took a screenshot of it too. Long time ago. No idea where it is. I posted it online somewhere. But yeah, I was grinding the hell out of that game when it came out. I was using the character where his special, I don't remember his name, but he would shoot like a casket out of his car. And if it hit somebody, it would like do massive damage. But if they hit me, I was like a glass cannon. It was a character where if you just got shot a couple of times, you were pretty much dead. I was number 1. Yeah, I think it was like number 1 or number 2 or something crazy. Yeah, because the same thing happened to me in SOCOM on PS2. The first, like, month or so, it was a pretty extended period of time. The game didn't have any stat tracking. So the way that SOCOM 1 tracked its leaderboards was how many kills you had. But they didn't show how many kills you had. It just, like, invisibly showed your rank without showing the kills, if I remember right. But I remember when they revealed the leaderboards, and I saw that I was number 20, which was significant because SOCOM was big when that game came out. There were a ton of people playing that game. So when I saw I was number 20, I was like, okay, I'm going to use this as leverage to recruit for my clan. And that's what I did. I only recruited the best. Tryouts, clan matches, like you wanted to get in my clan, we had tryouts where you had to join our lobby, play against us, and not get bodied. And then the tryout process would continue. It would not be easy to get in. Yeah, we for anybody that remembers the days of SOCOM battles. So if you remember Game Battles, the website where it kind of got more popular with Halo, Halo 2, Halo. I don't think they did Halo 3. It was mostly Halo 2 if I remember it. Maybe Halo 3. But Game Battles originally that was SOCOM battles. They renamed it the Game Battles because they branched off into other games besides SOCOM. But yeah, my clan on there was one of the most competitive. Our win-loss ratio was... Let me just say, if esports were a thing back then, we would have been a famous clan. Like, we would have been one of these ones flying around the country. I'm not even joking. I'm not, like, boasting here. We were very serious. A very serious clan. Our win-loss ratio was, like, we'd lose one match out of, like, 20. With our record. Like, we were crazy. But esports wasn't a thing back then. It was just all for fun. We just did it for fun. To prove that you won, people would literally bust out cameras like their little digital pixel cameras, and we'd take pictures of every match results. That way, if the other team said we didn't win, you can refute it with screenshots. Like literally, busting out your camera, not a phone, a camera, taking a picture of your TV to use as evidence, which we had to use sometimes. Because some people get really, they got really upset when you destroy them. They wouldn't report the match that they lost, but we had all the evidence. I miss those days with SOCOM. Yeah, we did SOCOM 1, 2, and 3 for game battles or SOCOM battles. We did a little bit of like Call of Duty and stuff. We did Halo 2. We were also I kind of took a backseat for the Halo stuff. Halo 2. I kind of let my SOCOM buddies handle that a bit more. I didn't want to like lead that as much. But we were also one of the top clans on game battles for Halo 2. I wouldn't call myself one of the best Halo 2 players, but I can pull my weight back in that game back then. Otherwise, they probably would have booted me, honestly. But we weren't as good in Halo as we were in SOCOM. SOCOM, that was a whole different level. Wonder when this timestamp is. Is this for the first game? Is this SOCOM 1? Or is this like 2 or 3? This might be 3. Because I'm not recognizing a lot of the clans on here. Thank you again. Thank you, username. I don't think I got to a skateboarding mission, honestly. I have not. I don't think I made it that far. Oh, SOCOM 2. Yeah, that could be accurate for SOCOM 2. I don't know when that screenshot was taken. We were very high up there for SOCOM 1. SOCOM 2? Yeah, that I can't really say. Man, I would love to look back on a time machine and look and see, like, month by month the leaderboards on the old... Did you go to, like, Wayback Machine or something equivalent to get that, or did you just find it online? Just Google? Oh, man. I'll have to do that sometime. I remember one time I found an old thread where people, like, were discussing the top clans for SOCOM and everything. That was fun to read through. Our clan got mentioned a few times. We played in US East 1. If you played in US East 1, you knew my clan. We would always gather there for SOCOM 1. SOCOM 1 stuff is way harder to find. Yeah, way harder to find SOCOM 1 stuff. And now I haven't seen that video username. SOCOM Confrontation was fun. It wasn't real SOCOM, but it was fun. But it wasn't real SOCOM in my opinion. SOCOM 4 I never even bothered with because I had a SOCOM buddy that was like hardcore into SOCOM with me. And he told me don't even bother with SOCOM 4 because it wasn't developed by Zipper, and I trusted his opinion. I'm like, yeah, okay. Never touched it. Not our SOCOM. Oh, thank you again. Very appreciated. Have I used Insignia for the original Xbox? So I'm aware of that. When I was doing like PS2 and original Xbox Online, I don't think that even existed at that point. But yeah, I recently uploaded to my VOD channel an old stream of me connecting my PS2 online when I played SOCOM 2 using like X-Link Kai or something. Like an 8.5-hour stream of me just like playing that game for the first time in 15 years. Took a little bit to get the muscle memory back, but once it came back, boy, it was like I never left. But thank you, appreciate it, username. Chicago Enforcer, yeah, I haven't played that one. I just love that it's still possible to play like your original PS2 and Xbox online. Gotta love technology like that. Did I ever play Mag? Yep. Of course I did. I miss Mag. Yeah, I miss it. Game was revolutionary for its time. I mean, people... What was it, 64 versus 64? I mean, it was crazy. Mag was insane for its time. The sense of scale in that game with how many players was just nothing like it. Was I amazing at Mag? No. But it was damn fun. I really liked that game. The multiplayer was great. There was this one level, I streamed it. This is probably back like when I was streaming on Justin TV. But I remember streaming it. Where I was like camping this bridge. One of the maps had a bridge, and I had C4 like landmines, and all I did, I loved it. I took my because so many people played Mag like in the lobbies, right? It's not like it was 8 versus 8. It was so many people. So I was able to get away with constantly laying landmines and C4 on this bridge, and every time they would spawn and cross the bridge, they would land on it and blow up. Oh my god, it was just... I know it just sounds so simple and silly, but stuff like that really stood out to me with Mag, because there were so many players. It took so long for them to catch on, because they were like, okay, alright, I got blown up by a mine on the bridge. I'm sure the guy's gone and dead. But little did they know. No, I was camping that bridge. I never left. And they'd keep getting killed by the same landmine over and over. And then I'd see them like creeping around looking for it, and I'd like I'd switch the spot up where I'd put it down, and it's like back up into it and die again. Man, stupid stuff like that in Mag was just so good. 256? Oh my god, it's so crazy. 256 players online on a PS3 game. You don't even get that now. That is just... Now, of course, they had... The way they walked around it is like the maps would be segmented. So some players, you would never see them, right? Because the maps were pretty... You would see them on a mini-map, but still, you felt like you were really part of a bigger battle. You really felt like you were part of this big, huge, large-scale battle. You never really felt like you were playing against or with 256 people. Like, visually, but they did a really good job of making the battles feel incredibly epic. That reminds me, I have a t-shirt for Mag. Are you saying Sever? I forgot that I have a shirt that has Sever on it. Completely forgot about that shirt. Yeah, I get very nostalgic for my days of when I actually used to play competitive shooting games, because I really don't play them much anymore. And sadly, when you put genres down like that, like if you put down shooting games for a long time, it is really hard to pick it back up again. As I've learned. Like there's some shooting games I could pick up and I can fend for myself. But man, it is tough. The people today that play shooting games, like they're serious. Because they mostly only play shooting games or like the one game that you're playing. They are hardcore. Coraline's still selling for $135. Yeah, I think I've seen this clip before. Fire in the hole. I remember that clan. I think they were called FU. Because their clan tag was like the little brackets that make a middle finger. Mag would not be the same without a full lobby. Yeah, you can't play Mag without a ton of people. You'd have to do some kind of like massive push to get a bunch of communities to band together and play Mag to get the true feeling. Yes, Resistance also had large player counts. I think it was Resistance. It's so hard for me to remember. I know Resistance 3 had a huge player count. I'm not sure about how many 2 had. Whoa. Damn, Star Wars Episode 1 Racer on Game Boy Color, $110. That... how times changed. This used to be like a $20, $30 game. Wild. You don't like the Star Wars prequels? I have definitely grown to love the prequels even more as I get older. I think I actually prefer them over the originals at this point, if I'm being completely honest. Devious Raccoonus came with 3D glasses? Oh, Sly 3. Well, would you use the 3D glasses for like an intro sequence, or is it part of the game? Oh, specific levels, okay. Whoa. Heavenly Sword sold for $40 shipped. Okay. Do we need to check on Heavenly Sword and see what the prices are like on this right now? Is this? It looks like it's just an outlier. Because this one here is $7 shipping. It hasn't sold. Somebody just got really excited about this copy for some reason. We saw a 1D picked up tonight. That was it, just one. Knockoff God of War. It was, but it was a good one. I really look forward to the day I replay Heavenly Sword, because I think that game is going to really hold up for me. It's just from that generation of action games that I really miss. Nice hack and slashy. Nothing crazy. No crazy parries and dodges. Like, they may have dodges and parries, but they were way more lenient, you know, before we started getting into the Soulsy style stuff. Those are my favorites. The thing you probably didn't like with Heavenly Sword was how they incorporated the motion controls with the DualSense, or whatever they... 6-axis, yeah. The 6-axis stuff. That was probably one of the more lame things about the game. And I feel like that may feel like the one thing I don't like when I go back to it. Silent Hill 2 Remake. So, the first 2 hours of that game, I was like, wow, they got it. I was like, this is amazing. I love the atmosphere, the exploration I was falling in love with. But then, about midway through the game, I started really seeing the faults with the game. Too long, areas were just too draggy. You're in certain spots for just way too long. It gets repetitive with the combat. Just some of the endgame areas really killed it for me. The labyrinth, the what was it? Was it the hospital? There were a few spots that were just too much. Game's too long. So it kind of started off as like a 9 out of 10. By the time I was done with it, 7 out of 10 at best. And the stupid mannequins really started to ruin that game after a while. If the mannequins would have just had their hiding gimmick for like a level or two, I would have been okay with it, but they just got worse and worse as the damn game went on, and I was so sick and tired of them. Because Silent Hill was never about the jump scares. It was about the tense atmosphere. There were almost no jump scares in Silent Hill 2, the original. So the mannequins just really took you out of the game. I hated them stupid things. Okay. So this is an example of when I say, like, some games from the 360 Apocalypse will not recover. Darkest of Days is one that didn't fully recover. Because this game is actually rare. It's hard to find. So, while it did get up to, like, nearly being, I think, $100, it has not fallen back down to its, like, days of being a $20 or $30 game. It's just one of those ones that will never be as cheap as it was. What's the best Dead or Alive Extreme game? I am unfortunately not well versed in Dead or Alive Extreme games. I have not played any. But I definitely want to change that. Isn't there like a new one coming out for that series soon? I could swear I saw something about a new one coming out. Yes. Yes, it was it the hospital? Obviously it's not like fresh off of my mind because it was back in October. It was it's like a prison area. The labyrinth was awful. And then there was another area where in the original game it was like really short, but then in the remake they made it into like this 3-hour epic area. What area was that? What one am I thinking of? It wasn't Labyrinth, it was like Prison or something, right? When they just kept respawning enemies over and over. Oh my god, I couldn't take it. Go-to game for the Dreamcast. One that I would keep going back to, Power Stone 2. I was a huge fan of Power Stone 2. So much so, like, the highest form of respect that I can show a game back then was making a fan site for the game, and I made a fan site for Power Stone 2. Unfortunately, it's one of the few fan sites that I was never able to, like, recover in terms of, like, find it and look back on it using, like, a Wayback Machine or something. But yeah, I made a fan site for Power Stone 2. So if I did that for a game, that was, like, my highest form of respect. Silver Falls, 3 down stars, kicking the deer, yep. It's a classic. People missed out on that game on 3DS. The Prison, yeah. The Prison and the Labyrinth really killed it for me in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Very unnecessary, those levels. Silent Hill 2's biggest downfall was that they felt the need to have to try and include every area from the original. And if anything, expand upon it. They did not need to expand upon it, and they did not have to include everything. They could have took some creative liberties, and I think that was one of its biggest downfalls. Wow, that's a good price for this game. Either that or the price is coming down. Batman and Robin used to be $40. It's supposed to be a terrible game. I still gotta play it one day. Have I played the Wild Arm games? Yeah. I haven't... The only one I haven't touched at all really is Wild Arms 2. But I'm not a Wild Arms aficionado. I played Wild Arms on PS1 back in the day. That was one of my first RPGs ever, actually. With my PS1. And then 3 I dabbled in a bit with the PS4 version. 4 I played a long time ago. I don't remember how far into that I made it. 5 I'm actually not the biggest fan of the hexagonal battle system. I can see how I could see how Resident Evil 3 Remake would be the opposite of that. Because I remember when I played 3, I was able to beat that game in like, what, 5 or 6 hours? That felt a little fast. But at the same time, it is really hard to find a high-quality AAA game that you can beat in one sitting, like that, 5 or 6 hours for the story. So I think looking back at it, I think I'll gain more appreciation for Resident Evil 3 Remake over time, because I really value games that have a single-player story that you can beat that quickly. It's very hard to find these days. But the only thing I do remember is really not liking 3 Remake compared to 2 Remake. But I've pushed a lot of my memories of 3 Remake to the side. All I remember is just doing a lot of running, and there's a lot of explosions. That's about all I remember from 3 Remake, if I'm being honest. Pretty much sums the game up. That's all I remember. Yeah, I first tried playing Resident Evil 7 in VR. Intense. Very intense game. Bloody Roar 3 getting... I don't remember Bloody Roar 3 always being $40. But I guess it makes sense. I mean, Bloody Roar is a series that people really like, and we're probably not getting another one. So, prices of the older ones are going up. Flicky's come down in price over the years. Wow, I can remember when I was looking at Flicky, and I'm talking like 5-6 years ago, maybe. This game was like nearly $100. It's really come down. I did play Einhander, yep. It's one of my favorite PS1 shoot-em-ups back in the day. Still love it. Still do love it. The way that I played it recently, though, was playing the Japanese version. Because in that version, you can actually like do a practice mode where you can keep continuing. So that way you don't have to keep starting a game over and over if you get a game over. And that was exclusive to the Japanese version. So that was pretty nice. If you like Einhander and you haven't played R-Type Delta, I would highly recommend playing R-Type Delta. If anything, I almost hold it from what I've played in as high of a regard as Einhander. The music's not quite as good, but the gameplay is on par. You know, one of these days we're going to see a copy of Balls 3D on the same page as D, right? You know it's going to happen. Speaking of Balls, I actually was a big fan of Balls 3D. I was a sucker for it, I'll admit it. People hate that game, but damn did I love the graphics in Balls 3D. I remember being so happy when I got my Genesis copy of that game. And the funny thing is I had played it before. It's not like I just wanted it just because the cover or something. Like I played it, I don't remember if it was because I rented it or played it on Sega Channel, something, I don't know. But I remember just being blown away by the fake 3D effects in that game, I loved it. The stages, how they kind of like fake the depth, and then the characters with the ball models. Oh man. You play it today, okay, it's not very good, especially the 3D version, terrible. But man, as a kid, I loved that game. It was so much fun. Because I revisited the 3DO version, and I will admit, it was not fun. But the Genesis version, I remember really loving. The game was very hard. Yeah, I beat it, but it was very hard. That game was difficult. Persona games. I still haven't played some of the older, like I haven't played Persona 1 or 2. 3 I was never a big fan of because I couldn't stand the battle music. It is what it is. Yeah, I was a big fan of 4 and what I played of 5, but that's pretty much the extent of my Persona experience. I did have Sega Channel, yes. As a kid, I was given the option one year of either having a birthday party with my friends or getting the Sega Channel. And I said, forget them damn friends, we're getting Sega Channel. Okay, I didn't say that, but I chose Sega Channel. I said, screw my friends. They can wait another damn year. Sega Channel it is. Best decision ever. Yeah, if you didn't have Sega Channel back then, you have no idea how amazing that thing was. If you had it, you know how crazy Sega Channel was. For its time, so ahead of its time. Just being able to pop on your TV in the 90s and just have games randomly loaded up. Every month they would change or whatever it was. I mean, it was amazing. So good. I played so many Genesis games on there, and then, you know, I'd play the ones that I really liked. You pick them up used at the store. Sega Channel was amazing for that, because this was a time where a lot of times you were just going into a store and you were judging on buying that game based on what you read in a magazine or the back of the damn box. That's it. So to have Sega Channel and be able to play the games and know if you liked them before you bought them was worth every penny you'd pay for that thing. Oh, I don't remember. I don't think there was any lag. I mean, I can't really remember that kind of stuff. You probably wouldn't even notice it as a kid. But yeah, I don't remember there being any noticeable problems with it. I guess this person missed the memo that Dragon Age the Veilguard is free on PlayStation Plus. $20. God damn, that game went down in price quick. So I'm telling you, with these modern games, boys, $70 or wait a couple months and it's 20? Jeez. Most cases, you just wait. Come on, Battle in Wonderworld deserves better than this. This is just a... That's just... It deserves better. $3? Come on now. Damn. With $3 shipping. It's like giving it away at this point. Oh wow, it came with a ticket for Dragon Quest Tact. I streamed this game. I don't know if any of you remember my stream. I think I did 1 or 2 streams of it. I actually like Dragon Quest Tact. It was fun. It was fun up until the point where you play and you realize that if you're trying to play this free-to-play, it's like impossible to unlock more monsters without paying a shit ton of money. And that's when I stopped. But I got really lucky with this game. In my gacha pulls, they gave me a slime team. Like, right up front. They gave me King Slime. They gave me, like, pretty much all the high-rarity slime characters that you could want. They gave them to me, like, immediately. And I was like, okay, I guess I'm making a slime team. So I had fun with it while I could. It was fun. I think the game is dead now. I don't even know if you can play it anymore. I don't remember the monthly cost. I think it might have been a yearly cost, if I recall. I can't really remember. For Sega Channel. It might have depended on your cable provider back then. Favorite Disney game? I don't know. I'd have to look through all of them, honestly. I can't remember all the ones I played over the years. I'm trying to think. A lot of them are more nostalgic stuff, right? It's probably, there's a lot of games that I played as a kid that I really liked, but if I went to play them now, I probably would not really like them. Do I like Balan Wonderworld? I'm a big fan of Balan Wonderworld, yes. I admit the game's faults. Like, I am very aware of what that game did very poorly when it came to the costume system and how they're like limited costumes that you gotta farm to keep on you. But I do think the game is generally very misunderstood. I think a lot of people played that game vicariously through YouTube videos instead of actually playing it themselves. And they judged it based on what others said about it. Which is really a shame, because if you're a fan of 3D platformers, you should really try that game and judge it for yourself. It's like a sandbox 3D platformer. It's a good way of putting it. Very experimental with discovering secrets and hidden things and playing around with the costumes. Brings a smile to your face with how goofy it is. The music is great. I will be revisiting that game soon. Maybe this year. I'll stream it. Probably stream it on both Twitch and YouTube. So when I eventually have to make my next like top 10 games of the decade, we can highly consider Balan Wonderworld for that list. Now, I think Donkey's done with me because I kind of shit on his Animal Well game that he came out with. I was not the biggest fan of that game. It was like a 7 out of 10 for me. So, you know, in his eyes, that probably means that's like a death sentence. But listen, I'm not gonna lie. I ain't gonna sit there and pretend that I love a game 10 out of 10. I'm gonna tell the truth. Yes, it is very puzzle heavy, and it was definitely not my thing. So I'm not gonna sit there and pretend that it was my thing. Wow, Borderland? Oh, Japanese version. I was gonna say, why is this $24? $86 for Warcraft 2 on PS1. I would have to imagine that's a pretty miserable way to play Warcraft, no? The controls gotta be bad. Have any of you played this version? Yes, I am a big fan of Virtual HUD. Virtual HUD. If you can look past the frame rate of that game, I think it is really fun. Very sort of like procedurally randomized open world RPG. The frame rate is a big thing to overcome, though. Some people can't play it because it's just too hard on their eyes, understandably. Still probably the most affordable and maybe even best way to play Silent Hill 2. $60 for Restless Dreams on Xbox. The thing about Virtual Highlight is that it's like a slideshow. The frame rate is like no joke, maybe 3 to 5 frames a second. Sometimes, so not everybody can play that. Kind of nauseating for some people. Never played this game. It's one of the few sort of like 3D platformer style games on Dreamcast though, so I was always curious about it. The Floygan Brothers. Any of you ever try this? State-of-the-art AI and emotional gameplay. Makes Moigel react like a real living, breathing character. 13 areas of the Floygan Brothers junkyard, each with its own gameplay. Was this based on a series or something? Oh, maybe not. Teach Moigel new abilities and carry them from episode to episode. Internet ready. Trade your Moigel for someone else's or download new items to keep it the game. Wow, I did not know this game had online. That's something. Man, it makes you wonder how many people played this and then connected online and actually traded. That is one of my biggest regrets in all my time gaming, is never having the chance or ability to go online with the Dreamcast. This would have been before PS2 for me, and this would have been like, this would have blew my mind. This would have been crazy to play Dreamcast online. So many obscure little Dreamcast games that had online functionality. You know what's even more wild is N-Gage. There were N-Gage games. What was that one that you can play? Pocket Kingdom? An N-Gage game that used to be able to kind of like connect online and play. That would have been something. First game I ever played online with other people. A bit of an obscure PC game called Shattered Galaxy. Shattered Galaxy is actually the origins of my YouTube name. Because it was the first game I ever played online. And I said to myself, man, let's pick my name as my username in case someone from like school or something recognizes me. Dumbest thing ever, right? But when you're younger, you don't think. So that's the name I picked in the game, and no one ever recognized me. Surprise, surprise. Yeah, Shattered Galaxy. It was like a StarCraft ripoff, but it was a pretty good game. First game I ever played online. And the story of how I got that game was like even crazier because it was a game that, what was his name? Scott something. The old owner of GameRankings.com before they were bought out by GameSpot. Or whatever they were like absorbed by GameFAQs and then they were bought up by GameSpot. The owner was just like giving copies of Shattered Galaxy away. I don't remember why, or if it was like a contest you had to enter. It was something, and I won a copy, and that's how I got my copy of that game. Because I used to be one of the most active users, one of the most active contributors to GameRankings.com. Yeah, Scott Bedard, that was his name. Yep. I used to be... I wouldn't say close with Scott, but I was close enough where I was made like an administrator of the website. Which was still kind of crazy thinking back on it. I contributed a lot to that website. Reviews, I used to do approvals where I would like, it was all volunteer stuff. I think, right? I don't think I don't think we were ever paid. If we were paid, it was like in free games or something. But it was a lot of volunteer work, just like approving reviews, articles, finding reviews, submitting them to the site. Thousands of forum posts, like it just, They had a ranking system on Game Rankings where, obviously, the site's called Game Rankings, where you were ranked based on your contributions. And I was like a top contributor. Was it good? It was good. I mean, I haven't played the damn game in decades, but it was good. I mean, it was my first online game, so it's got that memory. First online game of voice chat, though, was SOCOM, like it was for many people. Where's Mecha Kong at? I remember Mecha Kong asked me to predict the price on this Godfather Dawn's Edition game. I wonder how close this price is to my prediction. I don't remember what I predicted. But I know it wasn't this high. Like, I know the original price was not this high, so I know it's gone up. I don't remember how many players it was. I mean, it was so long ago. Probably 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3, maybe, like the standard. Star Wars Battlefront. That would be a pretty good first online game. Very chaotic, very fast-paced, a lot of players. It's a good price. $10 Sonic 1 and Sonic Spinball for $10 each. Yeah, even for not for resale Sonic, that's still below what the normal price is. A lot of new homebrew Game Boy Color games coming out lately. Well, this is quite quite the game here. Terrible text. Definitely not a social commentary game, that's for sure. Right? I don't think so. Oh my god. Nope. It's just a normal, very normal video game. I like the cover, though. The cover is really colorful. That's for sure. Man, I'm always so shocked when I see the price of R-Type Final. This game must have been just printed into the ground or something. Because how is a shoot 'em up on PS2 in the R-Type series still $15? Right? Like, a lot of shoot 'em ups get very pricey, but I guess not R-Type Final. One of the most affordable shoot 'em ups out there. I wish I liked the Signalis game more. I just... This is one of the few games where, like, I was legit probably, like, within an hour of finishing the game, and I quit it. I couldn't force myself anymore. It was really good in the beginning, but then just something midway, it was dragging on too long. Cool little concept for a survival horror, but I couldn't even... I couldn't even bring myself to beat the game when I was like right at the end. I just dropped it. Yeah, I don't remember specifically what it was. But I very rarely do that with a game. Like if I'm close to beating something, I'm gonna finish it. I just couldn't do it with Signalis. I thought, oh, that's what it was. I thought the game had ended. There was like something that happens in the game, and I'm like, oh, finally, it just this feels like a good spot for the game to end. And then the game just like keeps continuing, and I asked someone in chat, I'm like, how close am I to the end of the game? Because I thought it gives you a false ending, I think, or something, where it's like you think the game's ending, but then it doesn't. Slight spoilers, I guess, but I could be wrong. I'm trying to like remember. And then I still had like an hour or two left to go, and I'm just like, I can't do it. I had to force myself to get to that point anyway at that rate. I don't remember if there were a lot of puzzles in the game. It's possible that there were. You know, a lot of these games, I just, like, wipe them from my memory. So I play so many damn games in October, it's so hard to remember the specifics of all of them. Wow. Scarlet Nexus, $5. Heard good things about Scarlet Nexus, but at the same time, I've also heard some not so good things about it. At this point, it's not even like it's not even to the point of just buy it because it's $5. It's more so, is it even worth my time to get into it? Right? Because I don't want to start it and then find out I don't really like it, and then I just wasted my time. But Scarlet Nexus might be a game years down the line where I give it a shot. It's not on my immediate radar. Code Vein, yeah. Maybe that's the one I'm kind of getting it mixed up with. I think Code Vein was much better received. Depends on the game. These days, I really prefer games that are in the 10-hour or under. Kind of like 2 streams kind of length. Honestly, some of my favorites from like an action-adventure kind of standpoint would be a 5-hour game. Nice little bundle of 5 hours. Something that I could beat in one sitting and it kind of sticks with you. Typically, that tends to be games in like indie genre. A lot of indie games are in that 5-hour mark. Which reminds me, some of the indie games I bought on PSN recently are kind of like in that. I gotta get back to Jusant. I really gotta give that game another shot because the night I tried playing it is the night when Twitch announced the highlights were getting deleted, and I was like way too distracted to play Jusant. But it seemed like a really good game, and I want to give it another shot. I'll probably just reset the game from the beginning, honestly. Yeah, I played Firewatch. I actually reviewed Firewatch on my channel when it came out. I have a video up for that. I was a very big fan of Firewatch when it came out. But games like that now I'm much less receptive to. Firewatch was very cutting edge for its time, very different. But now there's just so many games like it, like narrative walking sims, that it's just the genre is so oversaturated. So it's really hard for me to find the good ones and play them as well. American Wasteland kind of going up across the board. No pun intended. 360 version at one point was like $60. Not sure if it ever went up or down. Wow. The first God of War, someone bought it for $50 tonight. Jeez. Remember that auction from earlier? Or was it a buy it now that had God of War in it? For like $25 with other games. Short Hike, I remember a lot of people were asking me about that game, but honestly, I think I passed on it. There's like other stuff at the time when that came out that I was playing, and I never got around to it. It looked cute, but yeah, I don't think I ever played it. If A Short Hike would have came out 10 years ago, I would have been all over it and probably calling it my game of the year. But oh look, somebody bought Full Auto 1 and 2. Cute. I always like it when somebody buys games back to back. They bought them both at the same time. You could tell they were in their cart. Hello, Potato. Probably because I shifted the microphone. Sure, different consoles. Full Auto 2 never had a release on 360, so they had to... Full Auto 1 was exclusive to 360, and then Full Auto 2 is exclusive to PS3, if I remember correctly. Pretty wild, right? That doesn't happen with a lot of games. Hey, thank you, Potato. Good to see you. Thank you for the 41 months. Hey, thank you, Zach. Splatterhouse is going up. Heed my warning. Game used to be around 50 on both 360 and PS3. It's climbing. We gotta suck. Been a while since we had like a weird leg shot on here. But you know why? Probably because we're browsing sold games and no one's buying listings with hairy legs in the picture. Oh, this game was really bad. This game is pretty rare, pretty hard to find on PS1, this Power Rangers pinball game that a lot of you probably don't even know exists. Power Rangers Zeo. I remember trying to stream this. Oh man, the pinball mechanics were really bad. It's one of those games where the balls go so fast and you just can't even tell where they're going. Really hard. It's like $50 there for American Wasteland. Let's do a couple more pages. Back is definitely trying to tell me to get out of this chair. Ooh. Oh, it's not the US version. Hakuna Matata. I kind of wish that the US version was also called Hakuna Matata. Banana indeed. Yeah, I try and stay the hell away from randomizers. Because I'm sure I would get very addicted to randomizers. So I stay far away from them. Because there's been a lot of people I followed over the years on Twitch where suddenly they're like, oh, let's try a randomizer. And then that's all they streamed for years. They never, like, all they did is stream randomizers. I'm like, yeah, I'm avoiding that. I don't care how fun it is. Someone bought Ephemeral Fantasia. One of these days I'll have to go through Ephemeral Fantasia without following my speedrun notes, so I can feel the real pain of how it feels to play Ephemeral Fantasia without a guide. Still a very underrated game. You bet a couple others that you haven't gotten to yet. Castle on the Coast and Tamarin. Castle on the Coast is an excellent game. One of the better indie 3D platformers I've ever played. I was gonna upload my playthrough of that game, but every single song in the game had a copyright issue with it, so I'm like, alright, you know what? No, I'm not gonna upload your game to YouTube. Like, damn. And I'm pretty sure the music was all like royalty-free music that the developer just like pulled off the internet or something. So I never uploaded my playthrough of it. I still have it, I still can, but I just don't like the idea of every song having an issue. It's too risky. And Tamarin, I loved the first hour or two of Tamarin until it got to the Jet Force Gemini stuff. When it was just a cutesy little platformer outside in the wilderness with the platforming and collecting. Amazing. I'm not going to mention something about the game because people that, if you're not aware of the the gimmick in the game. I'm not going to spoil it for you. But I think if you bought the game, you're aware. But yeah, when the twist comes, it's kind of like it went downhill for me. Rarest game promo item I own? Honestly, it may be this Dark Cloud standee behind me that you see in my videos. Because I have never seen one before, and all the Dark Cloud... Like, there's someone that runs a Dark Cloud website or something that, like, keeps track of all that stuff, and they've never seen one either. So I'm pretty sure that standee may be my rarest thing. Or my Klonoa standee. Must buy PlayStation 2 recommendations. I'm sure both chats can fire some off for you, that's for sure. The problem with PS2 is, are you only looking for games that are exclusive to PS2, or are you okay with games that maybe got re-released on PS3 or PS4 or PS5 from the PS2? I'm assuming you're okay with having ones that are ported elsewhere. I would say the number one recommendation that no one else would probably recommend to you, Guitar Man. It's a little pricey. There is a PSP version, but it pales in comparison. PS2 version of Guitar Man is the way to go if you like music rhythm games. Sky Odyssey. Yes, Sky Odyssey is a good one for a cheap game. Very affordable. Time and Eternity getting a little more expensive. I was a fan of Time and Eternity. I actually want to go back and try replaying that game. Has its issues, has a lot of issues, but damn do I love the music and the graphics, how unique it is with like the hand-drawn stuff over the 3D backgrounds. Very silly, very comical. I like Time and Eternity. It's definitely got a very chill kind of mood to it with the exploration in that game. Oh, I hated the twist and time run. I did not like the Jet Force Gemini levels. I much preferred it when it was just a platformer. Oh, someone recommended Guitar Man? Yeah. Guitar Man and Sky Odyssey. Yeah, Guitar Man, really good. One of my favorites. Really depends what kind of games you're into, though. Yeah, I played Metropolis Mania. I liked Metropolis Mania. I was intrigued by it. I had never played a game quite like it before. It does get extremely repetitive, though. But a very weird, almost like board game-like experience. Very, very unique. It's kind of like a puzzle game in a way. It's more like a puzzle game disguised as a sim game. Highest recommendations, by the way. I really wish I had played Mini Ninjas back when it came out. I don't know what I was thinking. I must have thought it was just some dumb licensed kids game or something. So good. I definitely want to go back and play this again sometime. It is amazing. I have my full playthrough of this on my second channel, my VOD channel. Honestly, if you were to probably just search Mini Ninjas Long Play on YouTube, it's probably one of the first videos that pops up. Because for some reason, this video kind of just like got a lot of views on my VOD channel. A lot of people looking for Mini Ninjas, apparently. But it's just so clean, the environments, the atmosphere. The best way to describe Mini Ninjas is it's just very atmospheric. Amazing environments, amazing lighting. Like, it's just minimalistic. It's a minimalistic 3D platformer. It's not what you think it is. by looking at the cover. Like, it's not what you think it's going to be. Oh, here's one for you. Ripper. I don't know if you like RPGs from software games. Kingsfield the Ancient City. Played this for the first time, I think it was like last year or the year before. 2 years ago at this point, maybe? Year and a half, something like that. This has grown into one of my new favorite PS2 games. I loved every second of my Kingsfield playthrough. Except for maybe the last level, that was kind of tedious. But other than the last level, 10 out of 10 RPG. If you like slow first person, huge emphasis on exploration and discovery. Nah, I think I prefer it more than Eternal Ring. Eternal Ring is a really good speedrun and the music is like, you know, kind of legendary, but when it comes down to the combat, I much prefer the sword and board style of Kingsfield rather than the cast magic spells with rings of Eternal Ring. Majin and the Forsaken Kingdom, I was a huge fan of for probably like the first hour. And then the game started turning into a puzzle game, and then I liked it way less. So I quit. I couldn't even finish it. At first I was like, oh man, how did I like not play this for all these years? And then the game just got too ridiculous with like the puzzles and the block pushing, and yeah, it was not for me. I wouldn't really call 3D Dot Game Heroes hidden anymore. The problem with the PS3 is that really deep down there's not a lot of PS3 games that are like so hidden that nobody knows about them because there's so few to mention that they kind of get dug up to the top of the grave. So everybody kind of knows about those weird quote-unquote hidden games these days. Because to pick out the true exclusives that are quirky, there's actually not a lot of them. There really isn't. It's not like the 360. I feel like the 360 has a lot more weird exclusives. The PS3 doesn't. It really doesn't. The library is way more exposed, I guess is the best way to put it. Oh yeah, compared to the PS2, the PS3 can't hold a candle to like the weird oddities out there. I think a game that you might enjoy if you liked the vibe of Majin and the Forsaken Kingdom, but you didn't like the puzzles, and you're looking for something that is a little bit more adventure-y, you should check out Papo E.Yo on PS3. It's not a physical game. If you're even still able to get it, I don't know if they ever... I think they might have put it on PC, but unfortunately, of course, with PSN now, you may not be able to get it. Let me type it in chat. I have a playthrough of it on my VOD channel as well. This is how you spell it. Very similar vibes to Majin and the Forsaken Kingdom, but a little bit more artsy-fartsy adventure platformer. And if you want to live and play it vicariously through me, you can watch my playthrough. It's like 2 or 3 hours, I think. Just search my name and search that game title. You'll find it on YouTube. Yeah, sadly I can't get rid of my PS4 because it has PT, and it's the only way to play the PS4 version of Okage Shadow King. But it doesn't lose its functionality completely if you're into VR, because PSVR is not backwards compatible on PS5. So if you want to play original PSVR games, you have to keep your PS4 around. Hey, thank you, Blitzen. Thank you for watching. Blue Dragon games, I have only played the original on 360. When I originally played Blue Dragon on 360, it was kind of early when the game came out. And my major complaint with the game was it was too easy. I know that sounds like a weird complaint, but apparently my sentiment was similar to others, because eventually they patched the game to add in a hard difficulty. Because a lot of people complained that Blue Dragon was too easy. Just no challenge at all. But by the time they patched it in, I had already moved on, so I never went back to it to play the more normal difficulty, I guess we'll call it. The other Blue Dragon games I have not played yet, but I am interested in seeing what is it, Awakened Shadow on the DS is like. Oh, thank you, Chrono. Thank you for sub-gift and Phoenix. Oh, wow. Ape Escape 2 doesn't work at all on PS5? That's unfortunate. Enchanted Arms. I was a fan of Enchanted Arms when it first came out. I think I would appreciate it way more now if I revisit it. But I did not dislike the game. Here's another one for you. For a PS2 recommendation, Ripper. Leisure Suit Larry, magna cum laude. Like, this is one of the wildest PS2 games I think I've ever played. You will be blown away with that game. Blue Dragon is the first game that made you get a HD TV. Yeah, something similar with me. I got a HD TV because of Final Fantasy XI on 360. The font was very small in that, so having HD made it clearer to read. Oh, most demos don't work. Interesting. On PS4 and PS5. PSP. Well, you can try one of my favorite... Well, first of all, I'm assuming you've played Luminous, right? If you have not played Luminous 1 and 2, I mean, drop everything you're doing right now and buy those damn games. But I also really recommend Every Extend Extra from Q Entertainment, which is one of my favorite puzzle games on there. Very cheap, should be very affordable. I actually prefer it over the Every Extend Extra Extreme, which is like the sequel. If you're looking for RPGs, Brave Story New Traveler was always one of my favorites. Just a nice, simple, turn-based RPG. No bells and whistles, just really nice graphics. If you're looking for something in the tactics genre, then Ragnarok Tactics is something that's a little under the radar. I think the game's pretty expensive these days, though, but the beautiful backgrounds in that game. Stunning backdrops. I could never really get into Jeanne d'Arc. Yeah, I couldn't really get into that one too much. I played 16. Haven't finished it, though. I just lost steam with that game towards, like, the mid to later section. It really was not what I wanted a mainline Final Fantasy to be. It's just, yeah. I'll give it another shot. Now that I know what to expect from 16, maybe I won't be as disappointed when I go back to it. Rhythm Heaven Fever just keeps going up and up and up. I never had a PSP Go. I wish I did. That's another one of my big regrets, is not getting a PSP Go and not buying the PlayStation Minis. Like the little indie downloadable games. Oh man, if I had a PSP Go loaded up with PlayStation Mini games, whew, I wish. Because you can't get them anymore. I hate lost media like that. I really hate it when games are just... you can't obtain them anymore. Like, officially, right? Like, they take them off the store and that's it, they're gone. Really not a fan of that. Oh, if I can buy a modded PSP Go that has every mini game in it, I would do it at this point for sure. For sure. Alright, one more. Whoa. $250 Super Tecmo Bowl 2. Never count out some of the older sports games, boy. Especially the Tecmo Super Bowl games. Very pricey, some of them. There's one on Genesis too that is like really hard to get complete in bucks. I forget which one. Nah, I'm the kind of person I'd have to buy a pre-modded, pre-installed PSP Mini Go. Like if someone threw one of those things up on eBay, they're like, yep, pre-modded every mini game. I'd buy that. The Go just... oh wow, look at this. Somebody bought this tonight. 370 PS1 games. Oh boy. Best offer accepted. The PSP Go is just a little too ahead of its time. People were not ready for a digital-only console like that. They really were not. Oh, do they have a list? They don't have a list. Oh, they do? Maybe? No. No, it's... they don't. This is going to be so brutal to look through. And it's upside down, you gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Do I have the patience? I can't even read it. This is too blurry. This one might be the best one. Actually, I have an idea. Hold on. Just flip eBay upside down. Problem solved. Yeah, honestly, it's hard to see, but I'm really not seeing anything crazy. They must have lowballed them. This seems like a bunch of sports games and stuff. I'm seeing some non-sports, but it's nothing that you'd get excited over for $2,000. I think they offered them $1,000. It's just somebody trying to go for a full PS1 collection or something, and they just wanted to knock out 400 games. Or maybe, honestly, maybe it was someone that's just like a gambler, and they just wanted to take a chance that this maybe has something good in it. Yeah, that is not $2,000. So you cannot get the minis. You can't get the minis on PSP. So they closed that section of the store. Oh god, my back is killing me. I think that is going to be it for tonight. But another good stream. Just a reminder, I uploaded a new video tonight on YouTube. Just some mystery unboxings. So if you're looking for a little bit more content before you go to sleep, just go to my main channel. I don't have the link offhand, unfortunately, but you know, you're on my channel on YouTube, so you should be able to just click on there and find it. Appreciate it. But yeah, we're gonna call it there. Thank you everybody for watching. On the next night where my stomach's feeling alright and I'm not starting a stream at 9 p.m. Eastern, I hope to start, you know, Final Fantasy X practice so we can get that speedrun done, so we can get back to PS2. Because once I start PS2 stuff again, I know I'm never going to go back to Final Fantasy X. I want to at least knock out one run. So we got to get a little more practice in first. So hopefully that'll be the next stream. Oh, then again, I mean, some of the games that I got in my mystery unboxing I might want to pop in, but I probably shouldn't get too sidetracked. Yeah, let's stick to Final Fantasy X. But you guys have a good night. Thank you very much for watching. And thank you again to Unnamed, very anonymous, mysterious, or username for the super chats tonight on YouTube. I do appreciate it. And thank you to Mr. Big as well that resubbed on YouTube as well. I'll see you guys next stream. Have a good night.